Hello everyone! Welcome back to another APC2 stream. Let's go. Double stream, double weekend double stream. I don't know, you get the point. We have some games to cover. Today is officially the last day for players to play their round 1 games. So, and to my surprise, the vast majority of the games have been played. I thought that maybe a set would not play, the game. There would be some laggers there. There's literally just 2 games left to be played, which are both decider games too, like the game 3. So very surprised. So props to the players. Well done. Honestly, I really thought that from 56 players that there was going to be at least one set that maybe some players wouldn't be playing their games, and then the staff would have to come in and be like, you move forward, and I don't know, it would be a whole thing. But luckily that hasn't happened. Let's see what's in chat. Hey Valde, Themi, let's go. MT, Brazilian guy. Oh yeah, I saw that. Themi kind of dropping the hammer on you. Brazilian guy. I don't know what happened there. Semi got all drunk with power there for a second. But no, he didn't shadow ban you. I think he just deleted your comment. And I tried to bring it back, but YouTube doesn't let me undelete the comment. So, oh well. Mr. SI, Raider, let's go. Intrepid, Surth, let's go. So, I went through the list of games and I have selected a good number to cover today. I think they were all very fun games. But yeah, there's so many, man. There really is so many games. It's hard to pick and choose. There's been some great sets as well. So today we're gonna do a bit of a mix of like maybe a highlight match and then I think a set or 2. So we'll kind of see. So let's I got all my tabs here. Today I'm more prepared. Yesterday we were kind of vibing, but today I'm a little bit more prepared. So, let's see. Let me show you this match. Oh, wait. Oops, wrong scene there. There you go. I think that should work now. Man, noob streamer here. Let's take out this. And we're only gonna cover this game, I think. So yeah, let's just cover this game. So jump right into this one. So we have Walker and Sprite Mare here. These were both seated as like 2nd and 3rd, right? So these are the mid bucket kind of elo seating, etc. And they're playing on Razor's Edge. This is the crazier contested map. Damn. Hey Maps, thank you so much for the super chat. 100 Mexican pesos. So ready for some matches. Same, man. Same. I still have to play Wargroove. I know I've been saying that for like a year already. I have it literally on my desktop. I still have to play it. Honestly, we should coordinate. We should play a match, you and I, like a 1v1, and you'll roll me over. But I think that should be a lot of fun. Anyways, let's get into the match. So Walker and Sprite Mare right here. Walker in the Amber Blaze with Adder down here, and then we have Sprite Mare in Purple Lightning also with Adder. Not surprised to see Adder Mares here. I do think there's some other tier 4 seals here that are viable. I've heard Content say Grim can be good because he can get more damage onto the interrupts here. But I've been saying that there's another tier 4 CO, and I think Sonja could be. You'd be like, what? Why Sonja? Yeah, Sonja could be like the lash, the kind of the semi kindle, because you start the capture and then you try to hit her and it's gonna hurt. Let me show you real quick. Imagine this guy is over here. You put Sonja here. You give him a tower each. yeah, you get the guaranteed 6, but then she slaps back at 6, maybe even 5. So that is pretty nasty. I think that is a possibility. And yeah, Walker is, yeah, this is the Walker. Walker, the dev, the site admin. He's like well, he was like retired and now he's like semi coming back, I guess, but not really. He's like just making maps. And this map was actually made by him. We did a few edits though. But yeah, it is the Walker. He's very good, but he can struggle a little bit in live. And Sprimer, on the other hand, well, he's also really good, but he's more of a live gamer. And hey, thanks, Valde. Welcome to tier 4. Let's go. So very interesting, right? These matchups, the like middle seeds, are gonna be the ones that I've been looking more forward to, because the top and bottom is like a bit more unbalanced, and it's very predictable that the top seed will win. But these middle elos, these middle buckets, is where crazy stuff can happen. There has been some possible upsets in the top and bottom seeds, but I don't want to give any spoilers. Yeah, stuff that can happen in a tournament. But anyways, this map, they're both going for the quick cash over here, which I think is really the play right now. Like, this base has to go and capture this to get the chain. And they're also not speeding, they're not rushing for the contested base over here from like, I want to say right side, but I guess it's like right bottom corner, upper left corner. Sometimes it's kind of awkward to specify what you're talking about, but yeah, this area and this area. But now, yes, Primer is going to be moving his second infantry towards over here. But as I've mentioned before, this base is more advantaged for this base, not this base. The infantry movement, the tank movement, also just this huge mountain range makes it really awkward for this base. Well, this base can put more pressure. There's also the RD, right? You can RD lock this in one turn. This base cannot. So it's a bit of an awkward thing. But yeah, both going for first infantries, going for quicker income, and now yes, moving forward. It's funny because this guy is sort of putting pressure on this guy, right? So now this guy cannot go backwards for this. It has to be in a tile that can reach the base in 2 turns, right? Or else Orange here or Walker will get the base. So, but it doesn't really hurt because this base will always want to just move like on this forest or this mountain. Could even go here if you wanted to. But going somewhere here where you can start the cap here and also like chain onto the base is big pressure. So there you go. Sprite Mare goes there. And positioning this guy to either go for the cap or move forward as well to be in range. So these early infantry positionings are crucial. I wouldn't expect many people to mess up on this map, especially now moving on to the next round. But yeah, you gotta be really careful. You gotta look at where their infantry are going. Pretty much on this base, if they're stepping onto this mountain or this mountain, then they could be going for the base. So you have to respond. And on this side, you have to. There's a lot of tiles. They could be going here, and then they're still 2 turns away. It has to be here. This mountain, this forest, even this plains as well. Why would you put it there? I don't know. But yeah, you really have to be careful. And no recon openings here. Man, we've seen. I think I have more games to show you today, but yeah, there's a lot of people opening recons, and I don't get why. I don't think it's a good opening, but you know, people will do what they want. So we have a tank here from Walker. Sort of a BBA tank order. Sprimer finishes this cap. We'll see if Walker is gonna interrupt this to start the base cap as he made the tank. So maybe he's gonna move forward with these 2 infantry and the tank to support this base cap. And Sprite is going to make his own tank over here. There goes that infantry. This infantry is moving towards this city, but it could still go towards the base. He could go on this plain style and still like do a joint cap if he wanted to. So here it gets really tricky. So Walker has to send. Well, he can finish this capture easily. Gonna start the airport. Okay, he's also going over here. So I guess you can get this interrupt. And I don't know if you go towards this mountain or over here to like protect this guy, or here to be closer to the base. I think you can still go to this mountain. He's gonna go over here, more of an eco approach. So having the option to go for the city in case, for example, Sprite finishes the city, then he can just go for that. And oh, actually he doesn't go for the cap. He finishes and starts. So Walker going for a lot of just eco approach, just going full on eco. And got the tank opening here as well. So no early base cap attempts, but Sprite is moving closer now to that base, getting closer over here in a position where the tank cannot be hit and pressuring the other tank and making it really awkward where this tank can go, as also Walker doesn't have the tank chain where Sprite does, so I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, Sprite could make his own tank over here since he doesn't have to chain the tank here. It depends if he wants to go very aggressive on this side. Let's see what he does. Okay, he does make the tank here, so that is going to deter Walker a lot. He cannot even put the tank on the base because then Sprite can go for a first strike and bring the other tank as well. Dang. And goes for the interrupt here, yeah, because this guy didn't go on the mountain to support. I think this is totally fair. It's a tricky because when you have the comm towers, you can get these, positive trades. I think Walker got a little bit greedy there with a capture. He's gonna go for that cap though. He can always just pull back, and this engagement is sort of even, right? 6-7 is very even. The problem is that you're not getting the city, so it is going to cost you, 1k every turn that you didn't get that city. While on the other hand, Sprite is going to get this city. It's interesting though, right? Because Sprite didn't go for the city to interrupt this, and Walker, I guess he got this city. I don't know, a bit of a handshake there, I guess. But wow, okay, Walker is going to sit on the base, but I don't think that's a good idea because he can still go for a first strike and wrap around, bring the other tank, and he's gonna keep hitting this guy. Looks like Walker just kept capping. I feel like that guy should have just attacked back so he can get an even trade, or just pull it back. I'm not sure why he kept capping. Maybe forcing Sprite to attack again, and then he pulls it back, and then he takes it out with this guy. That could be. It's still, I guess, an even trade. But there goes Sprite. He's gonna get the first strike. Ooh, 6-6. Yeah, that can happen because this is on a shoal. It's kind of a high roll for the counter attack. But there goes the chain tank, and we got another third chain tank. Damn. And this guy's just gonna keep sitting there on that road tile. So yeah, there goes that guy. So I guess he got a bit of a better trade. Conserved 1 unit count at 2 HP. So interesting way of going about that little attack. I guess Sprite could have also pulled back the 7 HP and then used this guy to attack instead of capturing. Now we got the airports are online, and the silos are also a thing to be aware of. Yeah, just gotta be careful of, I guess. I'm not sure if you attack back here. No, I don't think you can, because he moved the tank over here. I think he's looking to go towards the middle. Maybe if this tank sits on the city. But this tank is not protecting this tank anymore. Even if you attack back, this tank can wrap around and attack from the shoal, and this tank cannot reach. So I think he's gonna have to pull back and repair. And we're gonna see a mech build here. Okay, and a copter. A lot of infantry over here. Interesting to see this base putting the pressure on this base capture instead of this base. But there goes Sprite Mare. He's gonna get a shot there. Honestly, an arty build could happen, but he does have 12k, so he couldn't. If he had 13, he could make arty and tank. He does have 3 tanks, so he has more tanks, so maybe he could spare. But seeing the copter, I wouldn't be surprised to see a copter, honestly. And yeah, the missiles are there. They are a threat. They are 1 click away from, nuking an army on the board. Sprite is gonna go ahead and start the capture. Okay, and I guess you can put the infantry over here. He gets a poke over there as well. Does he block here? And there's a lot of tiles to attack from. But this tank is going to defend from this tank attacking from the forest, or possibly also any of these, or this one, I guess. But he does not move the infantry. Okay, he just leaves it there. Let's see if Walker decides to interrupt there, and if he uses a silo here could be pretty strong from Sprite, but Walker is going to use that silo. And I thought this was a pretty interesting moment. He uses the silo for one single infantry. Like, you'd be watching this and you're like, what? Why a single infantry? This guy is crazy. But he sees an opportunity to, with that silo, get the kill with a 10 and 6 HP infantry, and then start the capture of the base. And then this tank does not reach to clear the 6 HP, nor does any of these other infantry. So this infantry is the only guy that could interrupt, but also needs to take this away. So the silo was used for a single infantry, but to enable this, a base capture. Now, of course, Sprimer has his own silo, so he can still stop the base capture with the silo. So will this play from Walker pay off? Will it get him the base or not? Or has it been for waste, right? Because Sprite could get it here and hit 4 infantry instead of 1. Over here, we're gonna get a hit here and then clear on the base capture. But that is gonna enable a tank hit here, boom, from the base. And then I don't know if this guy could reach and hit this guy. I don't think side is on the table yet. So yeah, Sprite is going to use the silo, and there it goes. He has to, right? He has to use the silo. Pretty much the silo from Walker forced Sprite to use his own silo. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of a scenario where now they're both without a silo. Like Walker was like, you know, I'm gonna use it, so you don't, so you have to use it, and then none of us have it. So now there's no more silos. No more of this nightmare that. I literally made, like Walker. I mean, Walker saying, I made this map with the silo. I don't want to deal with the silo. But at the same time, Sprite's silo is a bit better. I did more damage. That's 4 infantry hits from the silo. So now he can clear that, and he can bring some more guys. Especially this one will be in range to interrupt there. Copter is not going to perhaps tank. But yeah, this single infantry is going to be the one responsible probably to hit this other guy next turn. We'll have to see if maybe joint caps are going to make it complicated. Now over here, yeah, he goes for that hit. And from this other side, gets the clear with infantry? He does, okay. And then he starts the capture over here. So Sprite also had on the middle. The fact that Walker had so many infantry over here on this left side meant that he was not sending them a couple over here in the middle. That explains why Sprite also had less. He was also tank chaining, but there was that first guy that went here, got this chain, and then went towards the middle. That for Walker, I guess it probably is this guy. Went for a chain and then went backwards to get this city. You can see here Sprite doesn't have it yet, but he could go there. Still a lot of cities to be captured, but there goes that tank. I'm wondering, okay, sidestep does not reach. He does put the copter right in range of that copter, but he does go for the copter chain to do so, to be able to put this guy right in front of this guy. And he goes for the weird, I guess it's an even trade, right? The tank was at 6, this was a 10, so they got 3 and 3 damage each, but I don't know. It also makes it so this guy is not going to get a good trade against this tank, because the Walker can go and clear this and get a hit, but messy game. But no more silos. Will Walker still get away with getting the capture? That's the main thing right now. Is he gonna cap? He's gonna have to attack that guy. He doesn't join there, and he actually pulls back. So his whole plan of the silo fell to pieces because of Sprite's silo. Sidestep is already online for both, and will Sprite use it? Gets the other middle capture, and he does use sidestep. What does he see though? Maybe some extra damage here. Okay. Okay, this guy gets the extra movement to clear that guy, which is nice. And then this guy speeds up a capture. Okay, why not? this guy gets the extra movement to attack that guy. And I guess you could also start the capture on the base if you wanted to. Probably not advisable though. Unless you could like block with a tank. I'm not sure. I'm sure that Sprite would have loved to get this clear, so then this tank could hit this guy on the comm tower. It's a nice defensive terrain tile, right? But it doesn't give repairs, so he is... Ooh, okay, goes for the hit there. It is still a side step away, so he's gonna have to maybe clear with his infantry and sit with the tank. And I think that's what he's gonna do. Yeah, okay, that's kind of nice. He got 2 infantry clears, and he is going to start the capture on that base. Gonna make another tank as well. Tank and anti-air too, because these copters separated from each other. So he can still stick this guy in this guy's face because he made an anti-air. Now, will Walker use the sidestep? He does. Okay, what are we getting with sidestep? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If he can, I don't think he can, right? With the extra defense, because copter and tank could clear this. And then anti-air, oh no, but you have this guy. Maybe with these 2 you could clear it, but because of the extra defense, that's not gonna happen. Okay, so he's instead going to take that out. Maybe goes for the, okay, hits on the tank. He's going to interrupt there on the base. Gets the poke over there, okay. Gets whatever damage he can. And now he's also in position to go for this middle city. So he's gonna reclaim the city that technically should be his. Okay, now we don't have any charge. Neither. Oh, I guess Walker's gonna have 8k, so he's a little bit closer to a sidestep. Gonna go sacrifice there. Gonna hit that mech, and honestly, that's pretty fair because this mech is not gonna have a sidestep to hit that tank. So Sprite Mare doing a good job here in ensuring that Walker doesn't get this base. And with this guy injured, there's only 2 foot soldiers that could capture. You got an anti-air coming. And these are not the same, right? It's not 2 infantry, so you can't joint gap. Even harder. Or even easier for Sprite to interrupt. Over here, we're gonna trade a bit more infantry. But Sprite is also low on that infantry, so he probably... Okay, yeah, he's gonna make a copter and make an infantry over here. And perhaps in a couple of turns, he can get this space. Walker on the other side has this infantry and then these 2. And these 2 are probably going to be focusing on this city. Sprite... Oh, doesn't even pull back. Wow, okay. Not sure why he doesn't pull back the infantry. I guess he's covering it with both tank and anti-air, but you could still go for anti-air, infantry cap, something like that. Yeah, there you go. Because yes, like sending a copter could be bad because then anti-air takes it out. But the anti-air is probably the best unit to do that because then even if it gets hit, right, it drops down to 4 or 5 and it's still a good anti-air. You heal it for 1 turn up to 6 or 7 and it still takes out a copter. So there you go. I think Sprite there should have pulled back. Maybe go back to the city. Having that extra unit count might matter. I'm making more mechs over here. It's the mech conga line. And none of the bases have been capped. Very interesting. Usually matches by this time have the bases capped, but they've been so focused on trying to deny each other's and successfully, right? Okay, gonna get that attack, but he got this copter here, so Sprite Mare gonna expose this copter to a first strike here, and he is going to lose that copter, I believe. Uses the anti to clear an infantry and gets the... Okay, goes for the interrupt with the tank. Wow, I mean, using both vehicles to attack infantry in the face of the trifecta of vehicles, right? You got the lineup here, the triangle lineup. I guess the copters poses a question of, do I go and attack this copter as retaliation, or do I attack this tank? And then Sprite also has double copter to support over here, so it's not like he could do that with impunity. Anti-air cannot do too much here, so it's only copter and tank. But even then, the tank, again, same thing, can only get 1 hit. So honestly, it's not that bad actually. This tactic from Sprightmare. It's not like Walker's gonna get an amazing engagement here. Yeah, imagine he sends Copter, tank from city, and that's it. And then Copter dies from anti-air, tank dies from Copters. So I think this ended up working out for Sprite, honestly. So let's see now. even less foot soldiers over here. Just mechs here from Walker, and now we have a couple infantry coming from Sprite. He's really gonna try to make sure this doesn't go through. There go the mechs. Mechs are harder to stop the cap. They have like more defense or something. And yeah, Walker did not even hit these guys. He just pulled back. Actually, let me go back a little bit. So he went for that attack, which was the only one that was free, and then pulled back these guys. But this might be a little bit dubious fear from Sprite. Going for Copter, maybe a tank side slip attack here. But here you have the anti and the tank here. There goes. I think he did it for that, for the charge to get the side slip. What does that enable him? The tank wrapping around here? Oh, the Copter snipe over there. Okay, so posing a question on this anti, do you want to kill this Copter or this Copter? And okay, actually he gets a hit on this guy. These are down at 3. Wow. So not bad at all. No. Okay, actually not that bad. I thought it was gonna be worse, but 9 is still fine. Dang. Okay. So nice side step there. A bit aggressive, very like all in, attacking, overextending, but this might pay off. This guy is gonna need Sidewinder to reach this Copter, and then there might be a way for Walker to clear this, maybe with a tank, 5 HP, and this he can clear this tank, and then Anti-Air could attack this Copter. And then also this one. So it's not over, I think, for Walker, but he would need to get Sidewinder, and for that you would need to get a little bit of charge. That's like, okay, that is quite a bit of charge actually. Not gonna lie, that's 9k during your own turn, and you only have 36 in army, so I don't think he's gonna get it. That means this Copter is going to live. He sacks that. I think he's gonna try to get it. Okay, mech shot over there on the tank, another tank there. He gets a side one. There you go. Anti is going to reach. Dang. Gets the kill there, but he's not going to be able to clear this, I believe. With tank, 5 HP. Okay, he gets the... doesn't get the clear there. But now he does. And, okay. Wow, was it really... Maybe some roll here? The 5 HP on the 4. And then the 4 HP infantry. Maybe might be worth a shot there, but instead he decides not to. He goes for that, and oh wow, he got it there. Dang. Okay, maybe we should have waited on this. But maybe it was to like injure this guy so it doesn't capture the pace. I'm not sure. I don't think you need that because you have this guy over here. Look at that movement. Well, missed opportunity there to deal like how much? You know, 4 damage. Not that much, but still, it counts. And then needs probably another anti-air, I think. Yeah, there you go. Oof, 11 units, 15 units. They're both at 50k. Sprightmare does have the upper hand on that income because he has these 2 cities, and then he has this one that Walker doesn't. No base cap yet. All this brawling just to deny the base, but I think Sprightmare is coming up ahead. He's gonna poke that, take this out. Look at now this. That little engagement he got was just positive enough that now he can really grab this area and take control of the base. There's no way that Walker can stop this. He could interrupt it for 1 turn maybe, but I don't see much of an army that he could send this way to stop it, you know, in the next 2-3 turns. On the other hand, over here, Sprite is gonna keep attacking these foot soldiers. You still have this healthy infantry, but you got this helicopter, and he's gonna start pumping out tanks. Again, another tank over here. There goes that interrupt. I think this game is over. Oh, unless He can still interrupt, but Walker is gonna send everything he has towards the right. He's just gonna delay the base on the left and instead of focus everything on the right. You know, when you're like, you know what? Sure, I lost this side. Let's go to the other side and try to match this. I know I can't stop this, so let's try to mirror. But Sprite should be able to use like tank here, copter interrupt, something of that sort. I don't know if it's worth it because you do have these tanks, you got this mech, and you have the anti, so you would be losing these two most likely next turn just to stop this for one turn. So perhaps Stripe Mirror has to let that base go. Dang. Does he? No, okay, he doesn't. He's actually going to interrupt it. And he gets the 4 though. That's a pretty big deal. So the base is going to take 2 more turns than it would normally would. And ooh, actually, I guess, yeah, I guess not without the side step. It's a bit tricky. And this and the 5 HP maybe doesn't cut it to take this out. So he has to move off and get the kill on the copter. And now he can go and attack that guy. Oh, he joins these. Okay. And Walker resigns. Dang. I mean, yeah. It makes sense. The space is lost. And then all this army is going to be moving towards the right. And Sprite Mare will probably just keep sacking to stop this space. It's going to be hard for Walker to really flip stuff. I think he could keep fighting on because these trades were pretty bad for Sprite. But it's understandable for him to resign there. Not an easy position to be playing from Walkers. GG. The mech cap, definitely. Hey Cherim. Nice to see some people that either we never see or we rarely see here on chat. So welcome everyone. I see Conton. Nice. Okay, so that was the first match that I wanted to show. I think it was very interesting the stylo used there. We've seen different matches now where it's used to like you hold it for a bigger moment, or you use it to get the cap, or you use it to stop the cap. So I think that's been pretty cool. I'll show you another match. Ooh, okay. We're gonna look at this series. I've been asked by so many people to cover this series, so I haven't watched it. I know the results, of course, because I have to punch in the results, but I haven't seen them, so I don't know what happens. But this is gonna be. This should be pretty good. Okay. Actually, before I start, give me 1 second. I'll be back. Okay, nice. Okay. So I don't know if you guys want me to give you spoilers on the sets. Like, I don't think I'm gonna cover the other Walker and Sprite Mirror match. I thought that one was like the most interesting. I guess today when we finish the stream, we can look at the brackets and I can show you how all the round one has been going so far. So. Oh, I forgot to hit record. Dang. All right. So this set, I've been asked by so many people to cover this set. It is Thomas Maximus and Poland. You all know Poland. He pretty much doesn't need an introduction. He kind of does his own introduction, characterized by sacrificing his grandma and everyone just to stop your income, pretty much. He's going with Lash here in Orange Star here at the top. And then we have Thomas Maximus, who was put as like a bottom seed. He is a very strong player because like a very strong async player, but he literally has no lively games. I think he had like 1 or 2 and he had lost, so he was like 700 elo. So he was put at bottom seed, so that's why they were paired against each other. We have a Polish player against a French player. So yeah, let's get into it. So Poland with Lash and Thomas with Rachel. No Max this time, which we've seen a lot here. Let me flip these guys around actually. There you go. Airport cap, okay. Same thing over here. I've seen some people just avoid the airport, not sure why. But going for that income. It's funny because this map, when it was first made, like, this was also made by Walker. This base started with 2 additional infantry, like here. I'm not sure what his idea was, to speed up some income or something, but there was a funny thing where you could just like jolt forward with all your infantry and you would block and get the space. There was nothing this space could do about it. So yeah, that was removed, of course. just things that you have to look at when getting new maps into a tournament. Yeah, now I'm dealing with Trouble in Paradise. That it looks like there's a small TA that we're gonna try to address. Just a small edit, probably. So okay, moving forward over here with the infantry by Poland. No recon builds, just infantry. So probably a tank build next turn, perhaps an arty. Thomas, he could make an arty here and really deny Poland from attempting to get this base. Is he? Okay, he is. Okay, so this line is the very standard line, I think, from this map. This is what I used to move plan a lot when I was looking at the map. Because then this guy's like, okay, you could go for the cap, but then you hit it with this guy and then you plop the arty right there and then you're just never getting it. So it's not a good trade for Lash to do that. But hey, Poland is still gonna do it. Poland doesn't care. He's gonna go for that. I guess it does force Thomas to not capture anything with this guy, so it is some eco damage that Poland loves to do, and he's gonna make a tank over here. There goes the interrupt. Got the 6-6 because this is a Lash infantry on a base with a comm tower, and Thomas is not gonna go for that base cap. He's just gonna go for that safe cap. I think that is the play. He's gonna make another arty on the left too. Wow. Interesting. I do think that this base wants to not go for that base. Like I don't understand why so many people go for that. I feel like this base just wants to go for these cities and keep this neutral with the rocket, and eventually this base is gonna get it. But going for that tends to be kind of a losing game. Let's see, he's gonna clear there with the other infantry. He's gonna poke at the arty. Okay, very interesting. I guess this does make it so this guy cannot stand on this forest and block the tank from hitting the arty. So that is pretty interesting, not gonna lie. He is, however, going to be able to clear that, and he brings the other arty. And okay, so Poland is gonna get a shot onto this arty most likely and start the cap. So will Thomas be able to stop the base cap or not, as he shoots that other guy as well? Oof, tense moment. Also, the only turn that Poland will have double comm tower, so this is gonna sting. Probably a KO. Dang. Yeah, Lash things. That's like a max tank with 2 towers. So, okay, Thomas can still interrupt for one turn there, but he cannot already lock it. So let's see what he does here. He might have to give up the base, honestly. He shoots there. He's going to take out the tank and goes for the interrupt, of course, and brings this guy. So this guy is going to be in range of that base interrupt. And there's no more infantry for Poland. Okay, like this has been the tank chain. Even a base skip tank from Poland. Also a base skip tank from Thomas, it seems like, from last turn. Dang. Will this guarantee the cap here for Poland or not? He can still... he would have to... Let's see. If the tank comes here and attacks this tank, and he caps and joins, then I think he needs another tank here, or perhaps a copter. So then he can clear that tank on this forest, and then he can use infantry and infantry to attack this guy and drop it down to at least 3. So he's gonna opt for the copter. Okay, that might be enough, honestly. I don't think this tank should survive an arty shot and whatever else, copter or something. So I think this might be it. This might be the failed attempt at the base cap by Poland and a successful stop by Thomas. Poland is going to strike back at that infantry and drop it down to 1. So essentially not capping. So keeping up on the base cap. Just look at how few infantry Poland has and the cities that he hasn't capped because of this whole attempt. You can see that Thomas is ahead. He has these 2 cities that Poland does not. So the income for Thomas is going to look nice. He's having to make an anti now on this base to respond to this incoming copter, protect the rocket and stuff. So even further behind on the city captures. For the player that loves his income, it is surprising to see him end his turn behind on income. Thomas is going to move in, take out that last infantry. This guy is not going to cap anything. So yeah, this is going to be the end of the road there for Poland's attempt at getting the base. Well done by Thomas there. Very sharp moment there to make sure that the right tactics and the right buys are there. But he was able to find them and deny Poland from the greedy base cap. Again, I don't think this base should attempt to get this base. That is my advice that I'm throwing out there. I don't see that happening. I haven't seen it happen. I mean, it has happened, but at such a great cost, man. Like, it's not worth it. You have to be in a very comfortable position to be able to do that. Just the base and airport and the proximity also to this base is so strong. But on the other hand, over here we have just infantry fights. All the vehicles on this match have been made on the left side. Barely any infantry left as well. Thomas hasn't even been able to cap this because of all this fighting and the RDO sitting on it as well. So Poland is now going to try to do a comeback, I guess. Yeah, rocket side is weak side. So he goes for the interrupt here. He gets the 8-5. Lash things with a 20% firepower. I wonder if that's a guarantee with 20% if you get the 5 there. But Copter's gonna... Okay, yeah, that is not gonna clear that tank. So he's gonna let that Copter die to an anti-air. Not like this already is really healthy. Okay. He's gonna sack that injured guy to stop that capture. So Poland's going to try to leverage the infantry that he had here on his strong side to at least stop Thomas from getting any more cities, right? 11k, 10k. Now Poland is going to even that out to 11. But yeah, he desperately needs at least 1 infantry from over here or bring one of these guys to get these cities. That is going to hurt. That's an extra 2k that Thomas is having every single turn. Down goes that copter. Powers are going up as well, so Lucky Last can be a thing. Missiles are going to be a pain, especially with a rocket being so much value. And we'll see if Poland will get a terrain tactics, maybe prime tactics. but getting some good infantry fights as Lash should be doing. And Thomas resorted to making a recon here to try to turn the tides a little bit here in the infantry numbers, because there's 2.5 against 3.5 and a few more coming. So Rachel is going to be losing those fights unless she can bring a recon over or a tank or something. Okay, Ari's gonna get shot at. Boom. And clear on. That is a weird trade. Right? Why would you? That is so strange. Why would you take out a 4 HP tank to lose it, to lose an 8 HP? That is like a 2-for-1 negative for you. I don't know. I'm not gonna try to understand that. That might be some live gaming thing. Might be worth it just go and heal up or something. But yeah, that does not seem like a good play. It wasn't even healing up, right? More infantry. Okay, so that guy got clear, and then another sacrifice there to stop that capture. So Thomas is really trying to stop Poland from getting this. Honestly, if Poland gets it, it will be very hard to flip it. Now we got the recon. It might be that might be just enough, unless Poland can flip around this tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, not really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this recon should be able to shoot from this road tile, perhaps even this tile, and then not be afraid of any tank. But the recon will be will it reach, and will it be enough of a counter? You could go like 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this recon can still shoot from here. So I'm not sure that Poland will get this city. Okay, so he sees that, and he's just gonna go for some infantry attacks. Just gonna completely neutralize Thomas infantry, and he's gonna boom, a little lash attack. What am I saying? Attack with a tank, but dun dun. Sometimes you forget, but this is a huge problem. No infantry, all that infantry fighting that was so good for Lash. It's also, after all, kind of good for Rachel too, because how are you gonna bait those missiles? I think the infantry would land over here, because you have 2 over here, and it's the first one to be scanned. And then value over here got the rocket, and HP probably also over here. I don't know, because these are very injured, so I'm not sure. But it's not gonna look pretty. And there it goes. Okay, so 2 landed over here. So on the recon and the 2 infantry. So Poland, I think, maybe playing too aggressive, because the supporting army over here got completely nuked. So Thomas can just clean up these guys, and then this also got nuked. Not too bad, but still hurt. It's like an urban blight on all of these guys. And he'll be pretty confident now in setting up for this base. Now another copter, because the other one got taken out, to try to get rid of this rocket that's preventing him from getting this base. Because as soon as he can get rid of that rocket, he's gonna get that base. No questions asked, I think. He's ahead on army, ahead on income, just ahead on everything. He also is gonna have free roam over here, I think. Made another recon though. Not sure why another recon. I think this could have been just another infantry. Perhaps he's planning on shifting this recon over to the left, and so he wanted to make another one over here. I'm gonna take that guy out, and now he's positioned for the base. He's probably never gonna get that base though. I think it's probably better to go for these. Guy is gonna heal up, and then positioning over here for this capture, and just taking it chill. Perhaps also being wary of prime tactics, not wanting to allow any crazy prime tactics. And this recon is also threatening this capture. Remember, Poland has not captured this city. It is 2 turns away from this base. He hasn't gotten it. So yeah, that's 13-12. Poland has still been every single turn behind on that income. And remind me later to show you the stats, because I want to look at that. Okay, slowly positioning over here. Prime tactics base capture could be a thing. We can take a quick look at how that will look on a base with prime tactics. Okay, you still deal 3 damage, so you're still stopping it. And then if the guy doesn't have it, then you shoot it and you leave it at 3. So you capture prime tactics, you get a hit, you capture again, you join, and then rocket gets another shot. You would still need an additional unit to stop that base capture. So that can be something to be aware of and just careful of, I guess. Copter getting in position to destroy that rocket. Artie's gonna heal up back to full health next turn. Everything is healing up, positioning some infantry as well. So looking to just get more income. Got a double recon here set up. Let's see, he has 3 more K. Do you really go for the base cap though? You would need way more army. Perhaps even a copter wouldn't be that bad. Will he make a copter? Okay, there goes a copter by Poland. He really needs that to go for this area. It'll be helpful to either block or getting a shot at that rocket, because what if it's a tank, right? With prime tactics, then it does 2 damage. So that makes it even harder. And just pumping out some more infantry. Got the double Artie here from Thomas. He wants to really lock this down and then eventually capture it and just make a ball here of Arties. He has 0 charge though. He has to be careful of that prime tactics. Gonna get the... Wow, just resigned right there on the spot. Dang. Wow, that was quick. He went for this capture, so did the full surround just to ensure that the capture goes through. And just falling too much behind on income, I guess. Just being always 1k behind, which is almost 10% here every single turn against the Stollier CO too. And maybe not trusting that he can get a good prime tactics turn here with the capture. Too many vehicles here, not enough infantry, and this setup also is pretty scary. He just decided to tap out midway through Thomas's turn. Damn. So a bit of an upset, I guess. Well, definitely an upset, because Poland is the favorite here, and Thomas didn't have a lot of live experience, at least that I knew of. So really well done. I was very impressed by that early aggression by Poland to go for that city, but for that base, right? And then Thomas being very precise on how and where the units went and what to build to make sure that Poland couldn't get that capture in the next couple of turns. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right that the pipes is getting busted, and that's going to be a huge problem. Poland's nowhere near that. And once this pipe is busted, it's like, you're busted. Pipe is busted, you're busted. Because infantry, you'll be 2 turns away from the city. Tanks can do like 2, 4, 6 onto the city within the minimum range. They can be reaching the space as well. So any battle that happens in these tiles, he'll be 1 turn away. So big difference. Same with the copters, right? 2, 4, 6. So dang. Okay. And oh, I forgot. I wanted to put this thing. Oops. Let's do Thomas Pond. Okay, and I see Thomas in chat too. Let's go, Thomas. Balde, no, we're gonna do some complete sets. We're gonna cover this set entirely, the Thomas and Poland, because so many people were asking, and we're gonna have some that are just individual games. I think so. We're gonna do this set, and then there's another set that I want to cover, and then a bunch of like individual games. Oh wow! Okay, you made maps. You made this map in Wargroove, like adapted in Wargroove. That's pretty crazy. That'd be interesting to see. Okay. Let's look at the next game. I love when they keep their colors. Well, here we go. So, who should be facing which way? Let's do purple to the left, I think. Okay. So, game 2 here of Poland and Thomas. We got a bit of an upset there on the first game by Thomas. Thomas is still a very strong player. He's like 15, I think. 1500 in async. But you would definitely expect Poland to be winning this set. He's just one of the kings of the round table of live gamers that just kind of plow through the live league. And we have on game 2 we have Lucifer. This might be the first game I cast of APC2 on this game. Could be wrong, but I think this map is very great. It's like there isn't a straightforward way of capturing or of playing it. There's different builds that you can go for in openings as well. So I think that's pretty interesting. And they both went with Sammy. So we have a Sammy mirror on our hands. In async, I definitely think that Sammy would be the best pick here. RDs are great here. It's very low income as well. So just snatching 1 or 2 properties more than your opponent is enough to give you that upper edge. So let's see, nothing out of the ordinary, I think, here. Okay. They're both going for this city. They're both going for this one as well. And Poland's going to skip this property. Okay. He's going to skip it to try to rush this one, which would mean that he gets a guaranteed cap on that. That's actually not bad. Because if this was Olaf, for example, then Thomas could move over here and then just hit it and stop the cap. But this is Sammy we're talking about, so you need 2 units to stop the capture. So this will ensure that Poland will get this property, and Thomas will probably, I don't know, go somewhere else. Maybe go for this city, go backwards. I'm not sure what you do here. And on the other hand, Thomas can do the same thing. He could skip this property and rush this. He is going to do that same thing. And gonna go for the airport most likely over here. Same thing over here. Very, very similar capture order. Going backwards for over here. And we'll see what this guy probably goes. He's gonna go for this. Another option would still be to hit the guy that's capturing. Finishes the cap and then you hit it again. Maybe you bring a backup, right? Something of that sort. And just make him lose an infantry. But there goes that capture. We'll see if Poland is going to do that. We'll see if he either goes for the comm tower or decides to hit the capturing guy and go for that option that I mentioned. And we're going to see a tank opening here from Poland on the 2 base side on like the slower base, right? Because if you make it here, you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1 tile less from this base. I don't think it matters too much. So it's more important to have quicker infantry from this base than 1 tile quicker tank. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's see. Thomas moving over here where he can go for either of these 3 cities. He did indeed go for the airport. On the other hand, Poland didn't go for the airport. He's going for this city. So he's gonna have to send another guy. Sometimes he can send this guy to capture the airport. So perhaps he's looking to and also a difference here, as Thomas is going for like the side with this city's infantry. Wow, and also not going for the city capture. On the other hand, Poland not going this way, he's going to go towards this side. So he's going to try to go for this contested property instead of this one. There might be a reasoning here for not going for the city after the skip, because he gets the hit here, he brings the tank, and then he can city finishes capturing, and then you finish it off with a tank, and then you start capturing with your 7 HP, 8 HP infantry. I don't know. But definitely you can see how Poland is more aggressive. He's definitely a more aggressive player than Thomas. Thomas being way more patient. Maybe Thomas really going to the Talos school, you know, the two Frenchmen going to the same school of Advanced Wars, being more of a patient player, playing more long-term, not really that aggressive. So aggressive that Poland is going to stop his own capture to go and hit that guy, which is not supported by this other infantry. Wow. He prioritized getting this hit so Thomas doesn't get this while he doesn't get hit this capture. So decisions, man, they're big decisions here, and they're all made live. Timings here, because Poland went with this city guy to here, Thomas is a little bit more behind on the same city. And Thomas didn't even make a tank deal, he made a mech. So he didn't even make a tank to respond to this tank when it was built. So I guess just abandoning this, possibly also this, which he's not in range, and he's just gonna go for the port and this city, which the tank does not reach. Wow, a very interesting place here by Thomas. Mech slowly moving forward. It is pretty a classic build here to just spam mechs at a certain point. You have a nice mech conga line going forward and putting a lot of pressure onto the one base as you try to flip like these properties, this one as well, perhaps more stuff like the port eventually, or this city, and hell, even the HQ, like a very late game kind of thing. And now, yes, he makes a tank. There was nothing really under pressure by this tank, but it's probably not a bad idea to have a tank to also send it towards the middle and protect this if the tank shifts towards the right, or even over here to protect it from it coming towards this side. So Poland is going to shift towards the middle. So this tank is probably going to respawn over here. I believe he's going to get a free shot onto this guy though. I wonder if he's going to interrupt this to shoot at this guy. He doesn't. Okay. He was considering it. I think. But he decided not to. And oh, he doesn't go for the cap either. He's positioning to go over here so he can go for the free hit with the tank, probably take it out, and then capture with his infantry. So many city skips by Poland. Crazy. And again, finishing behind an income that is very significant. Very non-Poland, honestly. But it's the aggro place. He's playing for the long term to get more properties than Thomas. Wow, so much so the positioning that Poland stops his own capture and pulls back. So he doesn't even finish that capture. Dang. And makes another tank over here. Poland makes another one over here. So this mech is just kind of chilling there. No real vehicle to really shoot at. The airport is very, very late, so he doesn't have the option to build or threaten a copter build. Well, Thomas can. He's gonna have 15k next turn, but I think you probably just make double tank. We'll see if we see some RDs. Surprised we haven't seen any. He's gonna go for the free shot there. Although you might be able to trap this tank, so I'm not sure how free that is. And it's not like this infantry was really threatening too much, because there was only one tile that Thomas could attack from, so it wouldn't stop the capture. Still very aggressive from Poland. Perhaps could be a better idea to not go for this, just leave it neutral and go for the city instead. So we'll see if all this aggressiveness is going to pay off, or if it truly is too aggressive. Tank build there. Poland does have to be careful. Well, I guess he has more than 10k. I was thinking of like anti-air, having income for an anti-air build. 14k is not double tank, so you might have to make like anti-air. 6k left. Yeah, I don't know, tricky. He could do like anti-air RD base skip. But is Thomas gonna trap the tank? He doesn't even attack there. He would rather have it at full health so that there's no way to double strike one of these guys and free up the tank. So Poland is gonna essentially lose a tank here. Got the 2 tanks now in a pincer strike move, kind of. They're gonna take out this tank next turn. Dang. The aggressive plays, man. Is it? You know, you always gotta judge. Is this too aggressive? Am I going too much? And might be the case. Poland actually getting this city after 3 turns of capturing it with his 5 HP guy. And he's gonna attack another infantry and finishes the cap right there. Dang, yeah, I guess, yeah, there really wasn't a way to break through, huh? Gonna start the cap there, brings this other tank, so it is sort of chained to this tank. These 2 tanks can hit from the forest and plains back here, though. And then you could have tank backup as well. You don't reach to hit this tile, though. Okay. So most of the focus is over here in the middle. All the reinforcements are going towards the middle due to this fight. Let's see how long Poland can hold on to this city. And sacrifice there, another sacrifice. Now he gets the guaranteed kill there. He's gonna hit from the plains first. Oh, okay. And starts the capture. No, he just hits that guy. Okay, so he just clears. So he took out quite a few units there. He took out the 2 infantry and the tank. Patient player against aggressive player. We do have the copter build. I missed that. And there goes that anti-air, no base skip. Yeah, just anti-air build. You have 21k. It's pretty awkward to chase down these copters with an anti-air, honestly. Especially if they're like somewhere around here in the middle. It's a bit easier, you just send it towards the middle. But still, there's so many mountains that it can become pretty awkward. At a certain point, you have to rely on your own copter. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Poland making a copter. So this anti-air can lock down like this half of the map, and then copter will lock down the other half. But you got this incoming threat of a lot of infantry from Thomas onto the city, and not enough from Poland to really sustain that defense. So Poland, we'll see if he, you know, knowing him, he might just go for some attacks here to delay that capture, but it's not gonna be sustainable. He's gonna get that. Now, yes, he's at 18 to 14k. Now this is looking like prime Poland situation, where he's just donating the lives of his army to have more income and pray that it pays off. There we go. Just classic Poland. So all that aggressive opening and the skips and the attacks and pouncing in and everything to get these additional cities over Thomas to have more income, it is really what characterizes Poland, honestly. But the question is always, will that work out? Will that pay off? Sometimes it does, or I would say most times it does. But sometimes it doesn't. It's a fine balance that you have to find, and I think Poland does it really well. Now Thomas over here in the middle. Okay, this little clear and capture and positioning makes it so it's unstoppable. That cap, you need 2 hits, so that's not gonna happen. He could still go for the hits, just hit this guy, leave them all at low HP. Maybe get it back eventually, but still pretty low on infantry. Setting up here in the middle, copters out of range of the anti-air and everything in a line, so nothing can get to hit KO'd. Nothing to sacrifice to break through either. Got the mech here supporting tank. Got some mechs here from Poland as well. It's gonna be nice to go for this city, honestly. I think Poland has a guaranteed cap here. If he sends this guy, attack this, captures here and brings the mech to protect. I don't see enough attacks from Thomas to stop that. So that's what he's gonna do. And he's also gonna go for those attacks over there. And he also goes for attacks in the middle. Okay, now this is oof. This is very complicated. He gets 2 tank first strikes. You do have the mech, so this is insane value right here. And then this tank, okay, the other tank is not covered, only the copter. So this tank might live. But you could also see a double time here, and then this mech blows up this guy, and then this tank hits this tank. And then it's a problem, because in the anti does not have free reign. He does get a poke there on that mech. Look at that defense from the mech. Get a 7-5. Maybe that'll help the tank survive from a mech shot. I feel like the mech should have gone on this mountain though. So then it can hit the tank if it hits from this plane style. Okay, got the tank, infantry. Got the anti here from Thomas as well. So it's all about those tactics right now. Thomas is gonna get this property and this property. So they're gonna be, I think, even in income. And he does go for the double tank after sacrificing that tank. Oh, he gets this as well. So he's gonna be ahead actually on income. But probably just momentarily, because he does have these two, which Poland is getting the flip. He's gonna attack there. There you go. And then sacrifice another guy. And then Mega's gonna come in and probably... Ooh, doesn't get the kill. Damn. He probably wanted to do that and then do a tank here, and then this tank attacks from this side. Not sure. But doesn't get the kill there. He can still wrap around here. I think he can still take out that infantry. Yeah, and then he can do a KO. Oh, I guess just Sammy things. This doesn't clear. Yeah, it's not gonna die. But he's gonna get that, and the extra movement allows him... Oh, wow. Really? That much damage it does? That's crazy. Wow. Wait, I need to check this. Oh, okay, it was a high roll, but still, wow, 3? Doesn't even have to send the tank now. He's gonna get a free shot there on that infantry with a copter. And it is looking a little bit dubious here for Poland, not gonna lie. After losing these properties back, and then this getting stopped, he's not gonna have that income advantage that he had. He's gonna get, I think, a free shot there. This anti-is not gonna reach. Clear there, okay. Doesn't have enough tanks though. Takes out the mech. So he does have a little bit of a tank superiority, and the copters as well. So he does have vehicle superiority here in the middle. I'll have to see how this evolves, but he is behind one property, 16 to 18k. He is also ahead on charge because of the power from Thomas. So early power usage there will... The question is always, will it pay off or not? Because will a victory march just destroy Thomas, right? Bunch more infantry fighting over here. Of course, winning for Thomas. That city is still purple, and Poland is now starting to pump out vehicles. Perhaps if he sends a tank here, he can get this back. Okay, first strike tank. Just more infantry clears. Takes out the tank. He does, and he's gonna take out that infantry. Probably, yeah, there you go. So, oof, unit count not looking pretty here for Poland, as Thomas also takes the middle. He takes all the good tiles from the middle. Before he was fighting over here, and now he's 2 tiles further in, having the city and just having this like line, splitting off a little bit Poland's army. But it could also be a bit of an overextension, so we'll have to see what happens here. He's gonna... Okay, with a 2-3 HP tank. No, it didn't go down! No, Poland. What happened? Dang, the Sammy. It's the Sammy stats. Didn't get the clear there. He would have wanted to do that, so then he could probably take this out and do like copter tank, take this out. But that anti on the silo is very strong, and you don't have enough tanks to take it out really. So big problems here for Poland. He's gonna send the copter towards the side instead. And that is going to be the vehicle that... Okay, and another one to just shoot at 1 HP. Just whatever is free, I guess. So this is going to assist him on this right side. Same over here, got the anti, double mag. Maybe looking to flip this eventually. But he's still fighting on here in the middle. Focusing down on the tanks. Thomas can still use this copter. There's no mechs either. He does have a lot of anti-airs, but because Poland sent the copters towards the right, now they don't have a lot of really great shots. And we're gonna see the first RD of this game. Okay. And remember, we're very close to Victory March too. So Victory March, for those that know, it can do some crazy things, especially with all these injured units. You know, this guy can get a freaking city in one turn. So okay, I think he's going for some charge, right? Or he's just gonna take it out. He might just be, yeah, trying to neutralize it so the copter can get a somewhat of a free shot there. Makes another anti-air. To send it towards this towards this right side because of the double copter. And there goes that Victory March. So Poland could get 1, 2 cities, but those will probably just get immediately taken out and then recaptured. No infantry here, so really focus down on those infantry from Poland in the middle. So nothing that he can get with Victory March over here. And the only other thing would be this city over here. So very good job there by Thomas. You can see, let's see, 6 infantry and 2 mechs left for Poland, and 12 infantry and 1 mech for Thomas. So definitely way better looking foot soldier wise for Poland. And Poland activates the Victory March. Not even this mech is in range of that. This tank is not even in range of this mech either. Just far enough to be safe. And yeah, I'm not sure that Victory March is the play to be used here. Maybe just holding onto it could have been better. He is going to... Wow, he just goes for 1 capture. He doesn't even go for the other. He gets the KO there. Goes for that, but that anti is going to be alive. And it's going to take out that copter. Gonna get the capture there. Not looking good for Poland. I don't think that Victory March was any good. Definitely an awkward spot to be playing as Poland, but perhaps a better thing would be to just hold on to it. Down goes that copter. Vehicle wise is not looking good here, or unit count either, as Thomas also has the income advantage. He's gonna go for this. And Poland doesn't have the units to stop this either. It's looking rough, and halfway through the Victory March for Thomas now. He's gonna look to reclaim this as well. Just ahead 20-30k and on army value, and the GG is called by Poland. And wow, Thomas gets the 2-0 against Poland. Wow. I definitely was not expecting this result at all. I was maybe expecting like a 2-1. You know, I know Thomas is good, but I thought he would cave under the pressure of live because he didn't have much experience. But apparently he said that he has been training a lot in live. So getting a 2-0 against Poland, it is really no small feat. I know a lot of people out there will immediately be like, "Oh, Poland played horribly. Poland sucks. Whatever." You know, it's always those people complaining or not complaining, but like trash talking Poland's play. And I think you could not be further from the truth if you think that. I think Poland is an amazing player. I think if you think that, you've truly never played against Poland. Because if you have played against Poland, you will know how freaking hard it is to beat that guy. It is a nightmare. The guy is incredibly good, and he's played pretty much how he plays here on these matches. Perhaps a bit too aggressive, you know, but sometimes you kind of wake up one day and you decide just to go crazy, and that happens. But perhaps he was like, you know, a 10% too aggressive on these matches. I don't know. But on the other hand, I don't think it's Poland playing badly. It was Thomas playing incredibly well. I think Thomas, it really shows that he prepped. He didn't cave under the pressure of time management. He still had 3 minutes here on his clock, and just the patience. We saw it like on every move. The aggressiveness from Poland, the patience from Thomas. Like, okay, conceding, but then I'm gonna get that back in 3, 4, 6 turns or something like that. It really is something to appreciate. On the first game, that line on the base cap by Poland, it really looked like he was gonna get that. I'm not gonna lie. If I was playing that, I'd be like, oh no! Like, you have to pull out the move planner real quick and be like, oh, where do I put this guy? Just doing a really good job of being patient and stopping all the aggressive lines from Poland, and slowly creeping forward, getting that income advantage and getting the win out of Poland. So huge congrats to Thomas. Definitely, I didn't expect this result, especially at 2-0 against Poland is insane. And just seeing how he played here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Thomas getting, you know, to round 3, maybe even to the main event as well. So yeah, huge props to Thomas, and definitely an eye opener, or a little, I guess a bit of a flag there to all the other players. Be careful of Thomas Maximus, because yeah, he is definitely a player to be taken into account. So yeah, insane. Congrats to make it to round 2. I think, who does he face now? Oh, okay. He doesn't have the opponent yet. He has to wait on the results of another set. Damn. Yeah. No, I was thinking about this yesterday. I think Thomas, you gotta be careful. If he's beaten Poland 2-0, he is no joke. So you gotta prep. If you're facing Thomas, get ready. It felt a little bit like a Talos kind of player. There must be something there. Maybe in France they have some kind of, or maybe Talos is giving some masterclass in Advanced Wars by way or something. That was really good. How you guys feeling? Wasn't that amazing? Wasn't that set crazy? Now I see why people wanted me to cast this. I mean, honestly, from the results itself, but Star Flash. This merges and very victorious. Yeah. Hey, fanboy, let's go. Definitely surprising 2-0. Only low elo thinks Poland is bad. It's like I don't know if we saw that today in chat, but I know there's people out there that think that way, and I just think, like, you know what? If you think Poland is that bad, why don't you challenge Poland? I want to see you. I want to see you facing Poland live. You know, a lot of people are a lot of. They're like, what's the expression? Too much talk and not enough something. Maybe it's just a Spanish expression, I don't know. But yeah, a lot of people love to trash talk and then they can't really deliver. Yeah, it is single elimination, so Poland is out. He's out of APC2, which is pretty crazy because he was in the main event in APC1, but he will not be in APC2. I think actually from this bracket, he was the only one. He was the only one in this bracket that had been in the main event of APC1. So whoever makes it out of this bracket C, you have Thomas, you have Villefort and Izanagi, Chloe Box, Yonda, Slammer, Hunch, Heavy Warriors. Whoever gets out from these players is going to be a new player in the main event. So that's very cool. I'm very excited to have newer players showcased. Yeah, I know, Mastro. I know single elimination is probably not the best, but how do you say? I was looking at double elimination at first, but then I realized how long it would be. You would think it only adds one round, but it actually doesn't. It adds multiple rounds. This is awkward thing of like you can have the same set twice or even 3 times. Pretty awkward. And APC is kind of long enough already that adding more rounds is like kind of, I don't know if it's justifiable. There might be another type of setup that we can do for a next time that isn't single elimination for qualifiers, more like a sort of a double elimination, but not really double elimination. There's a setup that Starflash always mentions they use in StarCraft, which is kind of cool. Hey, dudes. Or if not, like Swiss, or I think Swiss was the other one that was kind of interesting. So you don't like just die from one loss. But hey, at least players have a best of 3, right? So you still lose a match and you still have a chance to keep getting forward. Okay, so you do it in Wargroove. I would like to know more about that, because I think Swiss is kind of cool, but it also can extend too much. I don't know. Something that I'm gonna have to do more research for, possible next time. Yeah, you also have dropouts, which kind of sucks. That is true. Okay, so we have a lot of games to cover. That was it for this set. Thomas and Poland. I'm gonna show you. We have some other games that. There was one that was played yesterday. This one was pretty good. But I'm gonna take a quick break when I go to the bathroom, and I'll be back. Okay, we are back. So, Mace Windex, welcome. Seeing a lot of new names today, these past few days as well. M Major, let's go. So, I see Fluffy as well, very nice. I want to show you a game that was played yesterday that was very fun. How do you do this again? Okay. The purple lighting color boost doesn't seem to work for you, Disc. Yeah, I think you have to speak French. That's funny. These French guys, man. Damn, Maps. Thank you so much. Another 100 Mexican peso donation. Thanks, man. Got to go now. Thanks for the stream. Make sure to watch it there. Thanks, man. Hope you have a good one. And yeah, for sure. We still have a good couple of games to cover today. So, okay. Let's get into this one. I still have a lot of games I want to cover, and I don't want to... I don't want the stream to overextend too much. So, this was... Was it game 3? No, this was game 2 from these players. I believe, what was the result here? I think they were 1-0. I think Izanagi had won the first match, so they were 1-0. Yeah. So Villefort with Andy down here in the Amber Blaze. Yeah, soon to change to Amber Blossom apparently. Not a fan of the, I don't know, of the redesigns. I really like this one. I don't know why they're gonna change this one. This is kind of cool. That's a little feather, but whatever. That's just me. I'm biased. And then you have Izanagi and the Purple Lightning. We'll see if the Purple Lightning will give him the superpowers that Thomas had as well. But yeah, Izanagi and the Purple Lightning with Drake. And I think this is the very first time that I've seen Drake played on this map. So very interesting for sure. Again, the results. This is game 2, so Izanagi had won the first match, so they're 1-0. Oh, I need to probably get rid of this thing. Yeah, we'll use that more there, more in complete sets or in the main event. But pretty much, if Izanagi wins here, then it's 2-0. He moves forward. But if he loses and Villefort wins, then they go to a game 3. But yeah, Andy and Drake. A lot of people have been picking Max here a lot, which is funny because then the rocket does not reach the base. So you could essentially put more pressure from your strong side onto Max's weak side, because he would have to devote units to stop that capture instead of the rocket. But I haven't seen that play out that way yet, I think. Then it's funny when there's double rockets, double Max, because then neither of the rockets do anything. So you're playing like a normal contested base map. But yeah, Drake and Andy. I think Andy can pay off a lot, especially the rockets. It can get hit and then it just heals back up, right? It gives you a ton of charge, and maybe the timing is right to heal it back up to 10. But you're also facing against Drake, so when Drake is on the table in this matchup, it's pretty awkward. They can never really just pop their power whenever they want to. There's some big decisions to be made. If, when to use it, and how. You have to use it for a good tactical turn as Drake. Same as Andy, you could have like a good super turn for a good attack. But anyways, as they're finishing their pretty much immediate caps, surprised that Villefort went for this capture instead of this one, but you do you. We're gonna see a tank here from Villefort on the strong side, and then a tank from Izanagi here. So no response tank to this one instead of one here. And again, I think it makes sense because you have the rocket, so you don't really have to devote too much on your weak side to stop the base capture. You will want to perhaps try to go for this, so you will want to have something to defend your captures from this or this, because the rocket is not going to help you out with that. So Villefort is going to go for those 3 captures, and he's going to go for over here. He doesn't go for the base. Got the Izanagi infantry there staring at that base, so he just goes for his safe caps. And over here, similar thing for Izanagi. He doesn't go for this though, which is strange because you would want to go for this city cap so that it's also in range of the base, right, to interrupt. But he goes for that, and he doesn't have any infantry in range to stop that capture. He's gonna have to rely on the tank. But because Villefort has his tank over here, he is going to be able to freely interrupt that if Villefort decides to go for that base. So it would be in Villefort's best interest probably to just finish that capture here. We're getting the com tower cap as well. I'm not sure what people feel about this, the com tower flip situation. If it's fair or not, I don't know. I think there's something of a decision making of when you go for it, but from the games I've seen, I guess you just send your second infantry always to capture this and then chain to get the com tower. So it's not that much of a decision to be made. I guess you could also go forward to get this, but I don't know. We'll have to see. Perhaps the flip also happens before any real fighting happens as well, so it's not that makes that big of a difference. But tank is going to be sitting here, sort of preventing captures, perhaps from Izanagi, right? This guy would have wanted to go there. Not going to be the case. and just prepping stuff here. Now we get the copter to be able to destroy the rocket and unlock the base cap. So we have a response anti-air from Izanagi. Just enough funds to not have to base cap there. Billford, you have this tank here from Izanagi that is doing the same thing of stepping on the city, so preventing the cap there. And I guess you could put this infantry like here and it's protected by the rocket. But he's definitely going to need a tank here because he's sending this one over here within the minimum range of the rocket to attack at an infantry. Brings the copter. There you go, the coverage there. I guess you could still hit from the forest, but there goes that tank build. And there goes that. So everything is covered by the tank or the rocket, so this tank can't really get any damage. We'll see what he does there. Is Izanagi a bit more ahead on these captures than Villefort? But Villefort is more ahead on this city cap. Maybe that is why. Tank is going to front switch over to the left, over to the weak side of Izanagi. And he's going to block this tank in and get a first strike there. Brings the anti-air, another tank, and just infantry. So similar as we saw in the other match, where it's just like infantry on the right side. But you do have this tank that was forced by this tank. So this will bring some imbalance that Izanagi has to address at a certain point. Double cap. Okay, going for the flip here, going for all the caps really. Villefort saw all the cities, he just sent them all in. He was like, I'm just capping everything. And I usually don't like this because it's very easy to just interrupt them all. You just go, well, this one you can't, but you hit this guy, you hit this guy. I guess you can only interrupt one of these two with the tank. So Villefort is destined to get one. But then you're going to have a bunch of injured infantry. And it's crazy because this is your weak side. So going so crazy on your weak side. For now, he has more. He has the tank because this guy front switch. But I don't know. I guess Drake copters are very bad. So I don't know. We'll see. Getting a bit of a better trade here, even after the first strike from the planes. Just due to the extra defense from the city. And Copter's gonna front switch here, so kind of deterring this guy, forcing the anti to kind of run around towards the middle, but he should be fine. This anti should be fine to just front switch towards the middle. There's no tank present here from Villefort in the middle. So jumping within range of rocket range, within range of the rocket, probably also not ideal. But Izanagi might see an opening here to go for the base cap as he clears these units, puts the anti here to attack, but also block the tank and this infantry from reaching the adjacent tile of the base. He's going to skip that and start the base cap. He's going to clear that, and he's going to block over here. And now, what do you do here? Is there a way for Villefort to stop this base cap? What do you think? Is there a way to stop it? He's gonna interrupt this, obviously interrupt that, and okay, and double taps that guy, but doesn't take it out. So I remember seeing this live, and it took me a while. I thought it was unstoppable, but there is a way to stop it. It doesn't look pretty. Tank can hit here, and then you can do like, you can use these two infantry to clear these two, and then Copter can interrupt here, for example. Or, you know, Copter takes this out, this infantry takes this out, and then, no, actually, these two take out these two, and then the infantry can hit here. So you can interrupt it with either this guy or the Copter. That's all the options you have, really. Or you can clear the tank, I think, and then, no, actually, no. I don't know, we'll see what Villefort decides to do as he goes in and takes out the interrupting guy over there, takes out the other interrupting guy, and does a joint cap there. So this will still be an easy interrupt. You can just hit it once and it'll still be interrupted. And Izanagi has the RD, so this should be locked down. Just one hit brings the RD, surround the RD, and he should be good over here. But Villefort does get away with getting these two cities, and he's going to clear both infantry and uses the copter, yeah, to hit from the bottom there onto that infantry. Leaves it down at 5. Gets attacked there. That anti-air is gonna get a juicy shot there on that copter, but it's not gonna take it out. It's gonna live. Maybe Andy can heal that copter back up. I don't know. But at the same time, there is not a lot of infantry from Izanagi. Those two that were taken out right there, they were good blockers, but maybe they were also needed as joint cappers, because now these are the only infantry that Izanagi has to finish this base cap. If he can, right? Yeah, he's gonna attack there. He's going to joint cap there. He's gonna sort of block over here as well. And now Villefort has to drop this guy down to 4 HP. I believe he can. Right? He can move this tank away, use this tank to destroy this, and then that allows him to use the copter to hit this guy and this guy. And that should drop it down to maybe 3, 4. So that should be enough. Over here, he's gonna get the interrupt there and locks it down with the arty, and got the surround there. I wonder if there's a way for Villefort to attack and hit that arty there with a tank. I think yes, but he would have to give up on this, and he would have to give up both of these captures. He could like use this guy to take this out, and then tank from planes, and this guy over here and this guy over here take this out, and tank attacks the arty. But he's not gonna go for that. It seems like he's gonna use the tanks to attack him right in range of the arty, and so up there gets the charge for a power. An Andy power. You don't see Andy power used that often, and even less against Drake. Usually Andy is gonna hold on to that power, but Villefort has other plans. He's gonna have now extra HP to now take out that tank with this guy. The copter gets healed up a bit more, so now he's gonna get enough to take out the infantry. There's no more infantry here for purple, so no more base cap attempts, and this tank is just gonna sit there. These two infantry are done with their job, so they're gonna assist in this area with infantry numbers. So, okay, so he was able to stop the base cap. Copter is going to go down, it's 2 HP, and yeah, taken out now. He does have power for a tsunami if he wants to use it. If he needs to, he might have to. This cap is at 1, guys. 1. And he decided to shoot at this tank instead of the base. Yeah, because of that, there's no way of stopping it. Was there a way to stop it? You leave it at 4. Maybe if it's at 9 with a power. Yeah, I guess there really wasn't. I guess the tanks there blocking the infantry from getting that second hit, they were the key to this puzzle to guarantee the cap on that base. Plus the power, right? Because that gave Villefort an extra 2 capture points there. So wow, guaranteeing the base cap there with the Andy power, plus also denying the base on the left. That was pretty crazy. So Izanagi now resorting to his DNA, his grit DNA of the arty spam. Perhaps he is gonna bank on locking this base down, right? It's captured, but whatever you build, it's gonna get just shelled on. You make infantry, it's gonna be dropped down to like 3 HP. You make a tank, you're gonna be spending, 120% of a tank to just have it at, I don't know, 6 HP or something. So is it really worth it, right? And Villefort's gonna make a medium tank, one of Andy's favorite units, the Tech Ups. Hard to take out. They give a lot of charge, and he's gonna be able to heal them up, right? So, attack there as well. Infantry are very delayed again because the big cleanup. But Izanagi's gonna try to clean up these infantry, fighting in range of these tanks when he doesn't have more tank support. Kind of funny. This one doesn't reach though. Drake Copter is coming in, but front shifting towards the left instead of going for the rocket. This is a funny case where the weak base gets the base cap. This shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen, but I guess it does. I don't know. Sometimes it can happen. But hey, he has the base, but he didn't build from it last turn. So, oh wait, did he know? Okay, so yeah, so he got it, and then Izanagi takes out the infantry that capped. So now it's Villefort's turn. He is going to take out that recon and just get a bit of a position over here on the left, right? You got some infantry in range of these cities, of the space. At the same time, Izanagi's there. These are the two guys that were capping these two cities. So these are the last ones he's going to have for a bit. Unless he makes a copter, and then he can make an infantry. Yeah. Yeah, he'll definitely make a medium tank or a Neo here, but you still get hit by this arty, and then you're paying, what, like 18k for a medium tank to be at like 8 HP, 7 HP. I don't know if it's the... I mean, maybe you should. Maybe you do have to spend all that money to unlock this, but he might be wanting to spend all this money over here to prevent Izanagi from having this. We're at 18k to 12k income too, just because Villefort was able to flip this and got these two cities, which Izanagi did not. Right, that's your 4k income. No, there's a 6 income. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing a city. Oh, the base. Yeah. So 6k income lead. It's 50% more. It's 50% more income than Izanagi. Already shots on that pipe seam as they don't have anything to shoot at. And yeah, he did not build anything from that base. He has that base. It gave him 1 more income, but he didn't use it to get more unit count yet. Just because of this setup. He could, Villefort could set up to try to take this out, right? Get a anti-air infantry, take this out, and tank could hit that arty, and then he could make a tank, medium tank, or something of that sort. With all these extra funds, he has 18 and 5 more. That's 23. It's a lot of money. We'll see if he decides to do something of that sort. I think he really could. Would it be worth it though? Lose your anti-air to this copter. I guess you can make like anti-air infantry, hit it with this tank, and then make another anti-air. Because you have this other tank over here to support from this tank. I think that could be. But positioning, not gonna go for that. Not gonna go for the attack there on that arty. And just moving closer over here, just setting up to stop this base cap. And bringing an arty. So he's gonna have another indirect to lock down the base. That is his. That's his base. He didn't build anything again. That's 2 turns that he hasn't built anything on this base. And Izanagi now feeling confident enough that he has 3 infantry to go for the base cap. You know, base, join, cap, join, all that kind of stuff. He also breaks over here, so he's gonna have a better access over to this area. A bit of an oversight there by Villefort, letting that infantry get shot by the copter, but also positioning to get a shot on that rocket. I believe you can still block it off. I guess it depends. But this is pretty big deal over here. You got the rocket and the arties. You got double arty on each side. Like, the guy has more arties than he has rockets, right? He has more arties than tanks. He has 4 arties and 3 tanks. He really cannot stray away from his great ways. So he also has the charge advantage, right? He's gonna be very close to a tsunami. So let's see, he's gonna block off over here. If Izanagi would have brought this infantry over here, maybe he could have prevented this and just like take this out, sacrifice the Compton to that rocket. The worst thing though is that even though that could be, the Drake Copter can roll a 5. That's like, then Andy just heals it back up, right? And this would be Andy, that's like a 7. Such a big difference in damage. He's gonna send a tank. He's not gonna risk the double infantry. Not even sending 1 infantry, he just does tank infantry. Uses another tank and infantry to take this out. Sends in the medium tank to try to clear that. I don't know if that was a roll or not. Let's see. Okay, it wasn't even a roll there. He's gonna go for copter attack there, tank attack there with the other one as well. With the anti taking it out, and then snipes that other infantry. So all three of those infantry from Izanagi are taken out or almost dead. But at what cost? At what cost? Sending all this into RD range, but also the rocket range, the free rocket into a tsunami or a typhoon. That can be a problem. So here, and another turn of not building from that base. Here comes a typhoon. The global damage. It is Andy. He could heal this up, but we'll see how much damage he can get from here. But rocket boom leaves that medium tank at 3. He's gonna clear it with the other RD, and he's gonna clear that other tank, the other tank, and the copter. That was 2 tanks, a medium tank, and a copter all dead in 1 turn. So I mean, he has all this much more income. But he's not reaping the benefit of having the extra base. Like just the income. He's just getting the extra 1k from the base, not really the unit count. And he just sacrificed so much there just to stop his Izanagi from getting this base. Can he sustain the fight? He's so confident enough that he even makes another RD. And something here that I do want to show you, I forgot. These are some Izanagi tactics right here. Yes, he goes for all this, but look at this right side. I was thinking here, of course you can't get the shot there, but this copter could get some free damage. It could go and, for example, take out the RD because the anti doesn't reach because of the rain. It could shoot at the tank even also because his anti doesn't reach because of the rain. It could do a lot of stuff. But Izanagi sees something different. He's going to shoot at this infantry. Take it out. He's going to plop the RD in range of that rocket. And there's nothing that Villefort can do to stop this. This tank doesn't reach. The RD obviously doesn't reach that RD. This is within the minimum range. And yeah, just nothing that Villefort can do to stop this RD from raining down on this rocket next turn. And that's a very big deal. That means that that base is not going to be protected anymore. And Izanagi, with all of these infantry, he might be able to regain this. Well, he will once this is taken out. But he will also be able to get this base as well. So will all this aggressive plays by Villefort all go to waste? We'll have to see. He uses the power and heals up from the global damage. That rain is still nasty. There goes that shot there. Sad medium tank went down just to leave this guy at 1. He's gonna keep fighting here and gonna take out what he can. Well, the anti, but there's another one though, so this copter can't really be too free. Position this guy to hit at that rocket. This rocket is not going to heal back up. Deals whatever damage he can onto that RD to try to stop the inevitable. And now, this is the first unit he makes from that base. The first unit he makes, just that infantry after 3 turns of not building anything. But he brings his RD now. Perhaps Izanagi shoots at the RD. But no, you know he's going to shoot at that rocket, right? He could probably also just take it out, like RD and copter. We'll see what he does. But he clears that base. He's going to start the capture. And he goes with the copter to attack the rocket, leaves it. He deals 4 damage to that rocket. And he decides to shoot at the RD. And the reasoning here is so that this anti cannot reach the copter now. This is pretty interesting. The tactics here by Izanagi were crazy. Even gets a bit more damage in there. Because if this RD would have shot at the rocket, the copter too, then he could use like RD and tank to take out this RD, and then anti sits over here and takes out the copter. But this way, that's not possible. It's not possible for Villefort to take out this copter. Gonna take that out and stop that capture. Can he stop this? I don't think he can. Maybe these two shoot and do enough. Oh, he just waited them? They didn't even shoot. What? Come on. I'm sure these will leave it at 9, I mean. Yeah, look at that. A guaranteed 9 there. Oh well. Oh, maybe because he wanted to have this one alive, I think. So to be a blocker for this guy. I think that's why. So, dang, after all that, still 50% more income. And it's looking very decent for Izanagi now. That big attack by Villefort really wasn't it, I think. And finding the right puzzle movements there by Izanagi to get a good foothold over here on the right. Rocket is getting sniped now, though. So Izanagi won't be able to rely on that anymore. But he does have all these arties. And he's going to get the interrupt there. He's going to shoot at that guy. And he gets... he uses another anti-power. This is the third anti-power we've seen. Enough so that this rocket can blast that infantry out of existence. And also destroy that arty. You know, start the capture there. Will he get a poke on that arty? Yeah, he does. He's at 8. Man, even after all that, I mean, 20k to 12k is freaking crazy. He has to stop this capture, but it looks like he's not going to, because he's used these index to shoot at something else. He's gonna get the clear there. Okay, now he's gonna use the ant here to drop it down to 3. Making a mech are pretty good to make on these bases that are locked down, also because they can get some value. They're more durable as well. There goes the power to deal some damage, and now we should just see flashing lights everywhere. We got fuel drains, we got bullet drains, we have injured units everywhere. It's a nightmare. You would not want to be one of these soldiers in this board. Rocket goes down to 1. That thing can still be healed up. It can still be healed up. More arties. More arties. 1, 2, 3, 4 arties. And another arty over here. And the arty that died over here. This guy has built so many arties. Crazy, man. Villefort. Okay. He's gonna take out that copter. Okay, good. Because he had all these in range. But now that's taken care of. Even the rocket deals a crazy. That guy was at 3 HP. And a 9 HP infantry destroyed it. Damn. This infantry is the hero infantry of the Amber Blaze army right there. Not that the rocket will do too much, but still, that's pretty impressive. And gonna finish that off as well. Now we see the medium tank from Villefort, from the Andy player. Not a lot left here for Drake. And now, yes, it's looking very strong for Villefort. I think it's GG. And yeah, Izanagi tops out. And GG. Kill to death, very even, which explains why such a disparity, because of the extra income. Let me look at stats real quick. Rockets made of paper. This was game 2, Sergu. I didn't cover the first one, but I saw this one yesterday and I felt like I had to. So the result here, so they were 1-0, Izanagi 1, Villefort 0. So now this means they're 1-1. So now they have to play their third game today. At a certain point today, they have to play it and determine who moves on to the next round. Look at the stats here. Oof. Is this total funds? Yeah. Look at the total funds by Villefort. Crazy. The income there. Oof. But even then, with all that extra income, it was after that big battle that Villefort got into that really evened it out again. But it ended up paying off regardless. Damage dealt. You can see here. This explains everything. Like, okay, you know, good hits there by Izanagi, but then the extra income by Villefort carried him. Bit of stall. And then this is the big turn that Villefort took with the medium tank. This is negative damage. He dealt negative. I don't even know what negative damage. That was how bad it was for him. Maybe because of the global damage. I'm not sure. But medium tank turn, then getting slapped back by a better turn by Izanagi plus negative, whatever that means. And then over the course of the next couple of turns, it was pretty even. And then the income was just carrying. Even here, this turn was very strong for Villefort. So, wow. Crazy game. Crazy game. Yeah, I love these stats little thing. The problem is when one of the players picks one of the new armies, right? So like one of the asteroid, one of these 4, then it doesn't work. I would love if someone can make it work, but I can't. I'm no coder. Where are the graphs and add-on you have? Oh yeah, it's on the community development thingy. I can look it up. There's something stats. Where is it? Here it is. I'll put it in chat. Does that work? There you go. It was made by, I don't remember. But yeah, it's kind of cool. But the thing is, I think you have to change something in the script. So, because it used to work with this saying 2030, and now they removed that. So, I don't know how to do that. You have to ask on the community development place, or someone that codes can probably help you out. I have no idea. I literally have no idea how to do these things, and I just ask, and then eventually it kind of works. But it's kind of cool. Okay. Next, we have a game that I haven't seen. But I want to see what happened on this match. Yeah, last update in 2022. Yeah, I know. Okay. Oh, on-site update? Oh. Yeah, I don't really like the live league elo thing. It's kind of... I feel like some people have too many add-ons, and then it's like really noisy. It's already a lot of things on screen, and I try to keep it semi clean. I mean, it's also a tournament, not really that it matters too much. Where's the music? There you go. But okay, we have this match that I wanted to look at. We have Raider El Caraman against Hieron. Flip this around. No, actually, you look that way, and Penguins look that way. So Raider El Caraman is the top seed over here. We've seen him in APC1. Who was he on APC1? I remember thinking he was White Mouse. I was so convinced, but he wasn't. I can't remember who he was. I have to look that up. But he was on APC1. He was in the main event. Very good live player. And then we have Hieron. Also, Raider El Caraman doesn't even play. I think he doesn't play Global League anymore. Could be wrong, but he kind of shows up for the tournaments, or sometimes plays some live league, I guess. Hieron, I know nothing about, but he was apparently bottom seed. We got top seed against bottom seed over here. They both won with Max. And Raider always with his Penguins. He loves his Penguins. And Hieron over here with a white Noah at the top. So Max does drop down here at tier because of the rocket. You know, a bunch of you on chat are saying that. Look, it doesn't lock down the base. So you could potentially kind of rush that base and then force the other one to use some unit to stop it. You still have that silo. That's a nice tile to still hit from to interrupt. So it's not like he's doomed. Some have even said that he is the best in this tier 3 sort of Frankenstein tier, because Max is really strong overall. And he's a really good stall CO. Oh, let's see. I think from what I've seen from players, I feel like when they're playing against Max, they still go towards their weak base, and they're not really exploiting Max's weakness here, right? Like Raider could be really pressuring over here because the rocket cannot reach that base. It's kind of a pointless rocket right there. So you could have an Arty, for example, plop it over here and then force a fight over here, just boom, 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 boom. But that's not gonna be the case if you're Max as well, right? You're not gonna make an Arty here as Max, come on. So it's gonna be different. The Max mirror here is gonna be different than if it was like Max and, I don't know, Lash or Rachel, perhaps. Don't know if Andy wants to be playing against Max because then his units are gonna die more easily. But we got tank over here from the strong side from Raider and response tank here from Hiron. And keeping these guys in range of that base in case he tries to go for that. A lot of just positioning, nothing crazy yet. These guys are in position to interrupt, also cap perhaps. I got these guys there. So the rockets are just there chilling. They're just, it's such a sad rocket, the Max rocket. Gonna go for that. Okay, he does go for the cap on that base. Questionable, I think. Dubious. Because your supporting infantry is also exposed. So Raider could go for a hit there and a hit there. And could get tricky. Could also go for like infantry, or like tank infantry. But there's no tank chained over here. He made one over here to defend from this tank. So maybe he can't really go crazy with his tank. He's trying to force a fight. He's gonna go for the interrupt there, okay. And just that. Just one interrupt. He did not go for this. He just goes for that single interrupt over there. Tank. I wonder if he's gonna... Okay, he just leaves it there. Doesn't even put it on the city. Don't leave tanks on cities against Max, because Max is going to first strike that and it's gonna hurt. So Hiron is probably happy that he gets this, as he is gonna interrupt the mirror city. He's not gonna go for the base yet, and he front switches this tank. It is chained with this one, so this tank can't go crazy. So a bit of a tempo lead here by Hiron, as he also is the first one to get a copter out. Raider does have the funds perfectly for a copter double infantry, and tank wise, he's a bit more ahead, right? It's 3 tanks against 4 to balance this out. Hiron did pull back that 6 HP infantry back here within the protection of the rocket, and he's going to start his own capture. And he is still going to go for a first strike over there. Wow, okay. As he goes for the other first strike. It is out of range of this copter. Perhaps a bit of an oversight there by Hiron, allowing, like, yes, you have this chain, but if you allow 2 first strikes, then how good is that chain? Finishes that infantry off instead of finishing the capture, so he can get another first strike there. So a bunch of penguins over here, along with a base thread of the base capture thread, starting this thread. So big turn here by Raider. That was a big decision turn to go for this stuff. Wow. Okay. So probably a good engagement there, actually, because he's gonna get the kill on that tank, and this tank has to run away. So he went down 1 tank, and Hiron went down, I guess not really 1. Yeah, a bit more than 1 tank. That's like 12 HP of a tank. I guess similar if you consider this one too. It's like 10 and 1, 11. So 11 and 12 HP tank. Here comes the copter. Response anti-air. Will he go for the interrupt here? I mean, of course, right? Hit from the silo. But I think he only goes for 1 tap. Okay. And how much do you invest here as a Raider? You could just go for... You have 2 tanks. You can get a free hit over here. And another free hit with this guy. He finishes that cap. Joint cap? Joint cap? keep fighting there, but no joint gapping over here. This going for the again. Oh, I'm always saying this, but it feels like I'm a broken record. Going for the base cap from the weak base is very questionable. It worked out for Villefort, but I don't know, especially as Max, like. And oh, big oversight here by Raider by allowing this first strike within the minimum range of the rocket and not making the tank. He made the copter instead. Perhaps tank should have gone over here, honestly, on this plane style. So it not only, well, if the tank would attack, then the rocket can shoot back, and that would be some value Max rocket. But instead he gets that first strike, and he's gonna finish all of that off. Oof. That first strike might be sealing the deal here on the right side, because now there's no response to this tank whatsoever. Copter is also going to be unpunished now because Antair cannot go and chase it with all these tanks. Raider's going to have to send his own tanks over here. Got the response Antair to this copter, and he's going to fight from the base, so no base capping just yet. He's going to attempt to flip over here. He has to pull back, finishes that off, and max power could hit that rocket right there. And although it doesn't reach the base, it still helps out a lot. The fact that these tiles are all locked by the rocket can be a pretty big deal. Hiron is still gonna keep fighting over here and gonna take out these infantry. A bit of a question there on Raider. The attack might come to the power or not. Probably not, because you have an Antair here. Starts the base cap, but no supporting infantry. But to be fair, this is an unstoppable base cap, because this can just go over here. Oh, okay, I guess not. I guess he's just gonna... You can stop it with either this tank or this Antair. But you still have 3 tanks against 1. So is that really a sustainable base interrupt? And here comes the max power. He might have to use the Antair just to this, just take out that infantry completely. We'll have to see. He goes for some captures. Goes for the copter instead of the rocket. Okay. So he's gonna have to need another copter, but he has 14k, so I wouldn't be surprised if he makes double tank. And there he goes for that. Oof. But that is gonna be... If you wanted to, you could take out the Antair and the tank, or, I mean, hit the tank, but then you're in range of the rocket and this other tank. So down goes that copter. Rocket, the pink rocket is gonna still live. This capture's gonna go through though for Raider, so he's gonna be ahead on income. And okay, we're gonna join there and make a Neo tank. What? Okay. I mean, it's not a bad buy, honestly. He's doing fine over here. He has 2 tanks against 2 tanks, right? Because this doesn't reach. Over here, there's 3 tanks. He has also 3 tanks. There's no copters. Just only tanks and infantry pretty much for Raider. So a Neo tank here is a huge threat, as he only has 14k. So no answer whatsoever. And I think that's a GG, honestly. You'd have to save up, like make double infantry. This is not even like that good of an engagement, because again, you can use the tank, bring the Neo tank, and there goes the double infantry. So saving up as much money as he can, so he can make a Neo tank in response, or perhaps a bomber. A bomber could be. There goes that. This base is never gonna get captured by either player, I think, at this point. Perhaps by Hiron. Yeah, Hiron definitely has the higher chances of getting it. He has more unit count out here. He's gonna attack that Antair. Is it because he's gonna make a bomber? Yeah, he makes a bomber, of course. Best unit. And gets the first strike over there. Okay, so neutralizing a lot of the tanks. but this new tank is gonna go ramp right now. And he gets the super there, so this tank is gonna reach over here and take out this tank. Gonna finish off that as well. Take out the infantry. Oh, gets the first strike. Whoa, what? That was a 1-hit KO? Dang, that's crazy. Okay, so now it's... This tank has to use a power to hit this guy to stop that base capture, pretty much. You think it's gonna destroy that tank, and Raider resigns. Yeah, totally understandable. Damn, was it all a snowball from that mispositioning? Not really sure. I think maybe going too much here on the base from the weak side also. Some like really bad trades. Damn. Definitely a big upset, but Hiron is still a good player. He's a 1230 player, I think. So he's not like an 800. He was at the bottom because he had like 800 in live league elo. But yeah, I wanted to show that one. This was one of the other upsets out there. But I don't know if you want me to give you the spoilers of what happened in the rest of the set. Maybe later. I can leave you guys with a suspense, and when we look at the bracket later, we can look at that. So that was interesting. Pretty much a standard max game here. I know some people love their upsets, but now I want to look at one set, so I'm gonna prep that for you guys. What am I looking for? So this set was a lot of fun. I don't remember if I watched all the games in this set. Let's put the number there. Lionheart 2005. This set was pretty wild. Let me change this. There you go. And I'll let you guys also do the voting. Who do you think is going to win here? Lionheart or Alaska Liner? Okay. Okay, so this set, we have Lionheart 2005. Is that the year he was born? Does that mean he's like 20 years old? Dang. 2005 being 20 years old is crazy. Am I too old? Anyways, Lionheart against Alaska Larner. I'm gonna flip around the units. Alaska Larner, very well-known top player, very good player, very creative player in the positioning, the tactics and stuff. Certain builds as well. Some crazy turns that he can do. Going as Von Bolt here with the purple lightning. Is Alaska Larner also French? I don't remember. Now everyone with purple lightning is all of a sudden French. On the other hand, we have Lionheart here in the orange star with Hawk. So we have a very interesting matchup here. Lionheart, the only thing I know, I've played against him in a live tournament. This was like 2-3 years ago, one of the Silvera's live tournament, and we had a very intense, I think it was a cold mirror. It was on the Potato Paradox map. I remember I was going ham on my 2 base and he was going ham on his 1 base, and somehow he beat me there and just straight up won everywhere in the map. I was like, dang. So going crazy on your 2 base is not necessarily a winning move. You know, copter tank builds on your 1 base, 1 airport, weak side area can be very strong. So something to take into account. But we have Von Bolt against Hawk, a matchup, and Laska Liner skipping over here this first cap, and that might mess up his fundings. So we'll see if he's cooked something special here for us. So he's gonna go and rush this. Perhaps the chain makes up for that, for the delay on that early income. But yeah, very interesting matchup. We've seen a few games already with this, and it's honestly a toss. I know a lot of people think, or initially a lot of people were like, oh, Von Bolt, easy. Tier 1, it's always Von Bolt. Even here, the missile, blah, blah, blah. And then some people started getting confident to pick Hawk, you know, because it's a, yeah, exactly. It's a large map. It has a lot of income too. And in a damage race, I feel like a lot of people love to just, what's the word? Love to oversimplify how maps play out, especially maps like this, like damage races, where it's like 2 base, 1 airport against 1 base. People are like, oh, that base is just gonna fall immediately, like no questions asked. It's not like that. It's not that straightforward. Do you have weird builds? You know, we see an Artie build here from Laska. I think because of his skip, I'm not sure, but Artie builds into this base, right? So all this, there's going to be a growing pressure, a growing snowball of pressure from this area onto this base. But this base can still do a lot, right? A base is very resilient. It can build medium tanks, neo tanks, whatever. It is not high funds. It's normal funds, standard funds. But it has a lot. There's a lot of cities here. I think split income is like 20 something. And so in that pressure, in that messiness, you have a lot of brawling, and Hawk, with the global damage and the global heal, can be very strong in situations like that. So, and with this much income, he's not gonna be getting his power super every like 10 turns. It's gonna be like every 4 turns, you know, so maybe 3 turns, depends. So yeah, there's been some Von Bolt and Hawk matches out there where Hawk beats Von Bolt. So more people have been feeling confident to pick Hawk, but now we've also started to see some Javier picks, which I'm excited to see more of. So a bit of a meta shift here in this map, which I'm all for. No tank builds right now. I have not seen this match, but I am, for some reason, I know this match is gonna be crazy. We have first an Artie from Laska over here and a mech, and then we have an Artie from Lionheart, also from this base over here, and now an Artie from the weak base. Kind of a weird Artie, if you ask me. I would understand it if maybe there was an infantry here to interrupt this guy and then plop the Artie, but that is not the case. So I think maybe the idea is to put in this forest, perhaps, and lock down this city. But Laska, he is bringing that Artie right in this face. He is going to blast this guy away next turn once it finishes that cap. And we got a tank build over here. Arties, Meg, lots of builds. Everything is viable here in this kind of setup. And we love to see that. There goes that Artie, locking that down. And he's actually going to pull back. Okay, so he decides it's not worth it to just lose that infantry. Just to have perhaps 1k, maybe 2k of income until it gets flipped back. I'd rather conserve that extra unit count than to have one or two more K funds. So that gets captured. Von Bolt, Laska Liner did get the chain and now the city, and he does go for the interrupt here. He's gonna bring the other infantry to support and the other one. Wow, so investing all of his unit count pretty much in trying to stop this. But Lionheart does have his Artie here. He can use it to either go for this or he can bring it down over here and support this. And we get a recon here from Alaska. Wow. Talk about variety of builds. Okay. So, ooh, doesn't get the kill there. Even though he does have the comm tower. But yeah, Artie was brought down over here to stop this. Perhaps a smart little diversion from Laska, like to do this attack and then force all this to go down to protect this capture instead of having this go towards the flip. Not sure if that was like the ultimate goal or just a happy, what do you call it? Happy coincidence. Got all these caps back here. Got 3 infantry to capture them. Same thing here for Lionheart. So it's going to take a while, but that income is going to start to rack up. And actually he does go in and keeps attacking. Takes out 2 infantry and injures this guy. But that recon is going to get blasted away by this Artie. That's going to be a losing battle here for Alaska. And there's going to be no units here. It's going to be a problem, honestly. Slowly, same thing over here. We're gonna get a little bit of build up over here. Got the infantry, got the mechs. Another mech from Lionheart. This guy making Artie and mech on the one base is very strange. I haven't seen anyone do this, building an Artie. Like maybe it's an Artie, but a little bit later. And there he goes. He takes out the recon. He takes out that other infantry. This one's still alive. And now this guy's gonna be pointing at this flip. You do have this flip though. So we'll see if Lionheart. Okay, he does interrupt it there. That's gonna be it. And moves back there. I guess because this could die and then maybe tank and infantry could have cleared this and then tank could attack, but it can still do that. So, well, I guess it's gonna have the defense on the city, right, and the repairs. So now the pressure is really starting to show with the flip attempt here. This other one. Alaska is not going to go for the hit on that Artie. Instead, he's just going to be a bit more patient. He's not patient over here. He's patient over here. And look at those Arties positioning, covering that single tile where Lionheart could get an interrupt. Do you send your last infantry to stop that? Or do you just conserve the unit count? I think you probably just conserve it, especially as Hawk. And just like sit back. Doesn't have the funds to make a medium tank yet though, so that's gonna need an additional turn. They'll probably have to resort to make a tank, and yeah, he is going to pull back and make a tank. And there you go, just gonna turtle up. And I think that's the smart play. It kind of sucks to give all this income to Von Bolt this early, but he's going to try to recover from the other side. Von Bolt's gonna sit some tanks or a tank on the city to slow down that, but you got this already pointing at it, so nothing that Laska can do about this. He has this tank can like interrupt this city. It can interrupt this city. It cannot shoot at the Artie. There's nothing that can break through that 5 HP infantry. But even if if it just sits here, it's gonna get blasted by this Artie in the tank. That extra firepower from Hawk, it really helps him deal with the extra defense from Von Bolt. They pretty much have the same stats, except that Von Bolt has extra defense, right? They have both 120 with the tower. That's not the case for Javier. He gets, 110 with the tower. Same with Sasha, 110. Yes, with the power, she would get the 120, but I think there's only been one Sasha pick on this map, by the way. She is probably the least ideal pick in this map, but we'll see. As we get a hit here, and I think that works. I think that works nicely there. I don't think there's a way to break through. Perhaps the tank taking out this and then this tank hitting here, but then it's not worth it, I believe. We'll have to see. But getting this flip, he did get these 2 cities, and he's gonna go for this later. So many Arties, man, come on. 2 Arties in the front lines, 2 more coming. He's like, we need those Arties. Last guy is gonna build a chunky. He's gonna build a medium tank. He could base it for a neo tank, but there's no point in that. I got 3 Arties here for Alaska as well, so really doubling down on those Artie numbers. And just trying to defend with just a mech here, which is gonna be taken out by infantry and tank, and then tank is gonna pull up right there. Gonna start the cap there. Got these arties. Do you bring the arties over here? I'm not sure what you do. He is. Okay, dang, the triple arty there. The two of them are pointing at that base, so anything that Lionheart builds is gonna get blasted. A medium tank would live, but it would be at a very low HP. But anything lower than a medium tank is going to get destroyed just by the arties. And he really doesn't have really the funds to make a medium tank that comfortably. So this base might be lost way sooner than we thought it would have been. Even after turtling up like that, it's just so many RDs, and the positioning perhaps was not the best there by Lionheart. Doing a little bit of a turtle himself as well, last guy, just making a mech to defend on the one base. We'll see if Lionheart can also get the same situation here on the pressure, but RD and tank are going to take that out. And he's going to front switch one of these tanks down here to assist in this overrun of the base. One of the RDs are pointing at the base already. Ooh, but I think Laska could break through here and just slap this guy a little bit with this 8 HP, soon to be 8 HP tank. And this cap was stopped apparently. He's gonna get this, so still a little bit behind on that income. Just Laska a little bit quicker on those flips and holding on to these. So making up for that difference. You're gonna get a nice little mech shot there, nice little value hit. But making just an infantry because he knows that base is absolutely lost. Like, come on. You make a tank and it's going to get destroyed. And then you have... well, you can take out this tank though. So you can take out the infantry and probably hit there. This RD is going to put in some work, I believe. Actually, never mind. You can probably take out this mech with an RD and then hit the RD with the 5 HP tank. So perhaps this tank should have sat over here on the bridge. Because that is going to be a dead infantry, a capture. Oh, doesn't go for the RD. Wow. Okay, never mind then. I think that would have been the play. You leave it at like 5 or something. But okay, yeah, this is super mega lost. Lionheart would have to use both of these to clear the base and then build something big, but he only has 17k. And Laska is actually going to break through in a different way than I thought, but he's gonna hit that RD, and that is gonna really slow down the pressure on this base. He's still making mechs. Don't you love to see it? You know, a lot of maps are just tank copter, but here we see all kinds of builds. We got a power now from Lionheart, just like a desperation. Instead of holding on to the super, using the power perhaps for a specific breakthrough. Let's see, the infantry, RD, and then infantry. He's gonna take out the mech, and then he's not gonna start capturing. He's gonna instead prioritize taking out all the units, and I think that is smart. Yeah, even stops the base flip just to ensure that all the units are taken care of. And now Laska Liner, unless you could get a Hex Machina that would land here, this base would fall. More RDs. The RD party, it truly is an RD party on both sides. It's a RD party everywhere. Another infantry just to block that tile, just the cheapest unit possible just to block there, but very easily taken out. Boom, boom, bye bye. Gonna start capping again, and now he's gonna start hitting the RD with some infantry. Copter gonna come in. Nothing in range yet to stop that. It's definitely been interesting to see how these bases fell without the assist of copters. Because usually they're going to be very good, and they really force a medium tank and anti-air builds from the one base, and we haven't seen that. It's just been overall just numbers. Just infantry, mech, RD, maybe a few tanks. But yeah, dang. Now that RD is shooed away, and this has been a very quick base trade scenario right here. So we're going to get into an HQ race, most likely. A middle positioning kind of fight to maybe front switch. We'll see what happens as Lionheart literally does that. He's moving everything down here towards the middle, but you gotta be careful. The HQ is right there. It's gonna take you 2 turns from this base for a tank to step onto the HQ, and you have to go through this path. Through this path. If you go through here, then you're not gonna reach. You also have the airport. You can also make a black boat it'd be very happy to see someone make a black boat and then reinforce infantry into this area much quicker to defend the HQ. But yeah, we'll see. The charge from Lionheart obviously, used up from the power. So it is all the biggest pressure of charge power is gonna be from Alaska. Something that Lionheart is gonna have to be careful of. Base is now officially purple lightnings. So many turns of higher income for Alaska, but not really seeing that much army disparity. He does have 30k in the bank, so maybe. So he makes a medium tank, a copter and infantry. Okay. It's funny because for a few turns they're like base light, right? Because these two bases are not online. So they're playing with like base light all the way back here. And look at this big ball of units going towards HQ. I mean, it's gonna get really tricky for Lionheart, honestly, to defend from this HQ. He's gonna want to amass his army over here to defend from this, but that can get stunned by Von Bolt's lightning thing, the whatever it's called, Ex Machina. Copter is out of range, so it's not gonna get attacked yet. Positioning to go for the comm tower. Same thing over here. You got this healthy infantry to go for the comm tower, and they're already protecting it. Now he's bringing a bunch of units now to protect, trying to keep units away from sacks, although I see 2 copters there for a possible Ex Machina, but he's not gonna go for that, it seems like. I don't think he should either. It doesn't seem like you need to go for a desperate move right now, and now that this base is online, he's gonna make a Neo tank. Gonna clear that, gonna hit that already. But yeah, you're not getting that base back, and that's gonna be a dead copter as well. But positioning more here in the middle, got the medium tank, so many copters for Von Bolt. And all these arties just standing there with impunity on these silo tiles. Tank goes down. Comm tower is getting capped. Copter goes down. The other copter goes down, and that charge is up. So Alaska has that lightning, whatever it's called, Ex Machina. It's ready. Does Lionheart have enough time with 2.5 minutes to not only move everything and build, but also plan on what kind of a missile bait he can make so that he just doesn't outright lose the match right now? And let's see what he tries to do. Is where would it land? Perhaps here, the copter and 2 tanks. Perhaps here, there's copter and 2 tanks and 2 infantry. I think maybe here. Let me see actually, because might have been like a really good missile bay right there. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Double tank, double arty. I mean, it wouldn't be that bad because then you plop the arties here. But good job there by Lionheart to discourage the Ex Machina, at least for a turn, and then maybe he can get a power, like another power, or hopefully a super before that Ex Machina lands. So wow, I've never seen a match play like this before. Just quick base trade, and now we're going into HQ pressure. The comm tower cap was stopped, but this one was not. So Von Bolt has double tower. That means 130 and 110 defense versus just 110 firepower for Lionheart. And he does actually use the... Okay, I guess he might have been like, you know what? I'll just use it instead. But at that point, I think it would have been better to just hold it. I think for Alaska, he could have just hold it. And with this pressure, make it really awkward for Lionheart. So this might have given Lion a bit of a breathing room right here. Ooh, those stats, man. With the extra stats of Ex Machina, man, that's like 140 firepower and 120 defense. That is wild. But it does look like Lionheart's playing way more passive on this side due to the lack of really a lot of value army. You have these guys coming as well. He's more focused on defending his HQ because you got this Neo tank, RDs, copter, just a very well-balanced composition here, honestly. And I don't think this copter wants to retaliate here because you have this anti and then no more copters whatsoever. So I wouldn't say that Lionheart isn't that bad of a position. He's building up his charge, And he is behind on that army and a little bit behind on income. He's going to fall down a little bit more now on that income, potentially some more now. But he got infantry knocking on the door of that HQ with a Neo tank literally sitting on it. Got a bomber build to try to address that Neo tank. Oof. But no Ex Machina. So Lionheart is going to be more comfortable in just positioning everything. Got the fighter build to address the bomber. And okay, sending some of these arties back. Just a bit of a middle flexible position here by Alaska. Bomber coming in. This is definitely very tricky. Keeping everything out of range of this anti-air. But he has to prep in a way so that there's no guaranteed cap here from Alaska. But I think this is a good job. Keeping all the areas here, they're a good barrier. So Neo tank can't just go and attack. But could he maybe like start capturing and block the tiles? With the bomber, I don't think that would be the case. We'll see if maybe he also starts to slowly build some army over here and starts to try to flip some of these properties. Looks like he's trying to go for this one right here. I'm gonna get another copter and another arty build. These arties are here just being a pest, really like locking down this area. You really need like a tank here to shoo away these guys, or a recon maybe. Just something cheap. Here goes this recon. Got the medium tank. So last guy's like, you know what? You're gonna need more than a tank or a recon. You're gonna need something big. That flip goes through as well. So now we're at 18 to 24 income disparity. Not gonna start the HQ cap, it seems like, right? He's just gonna wait a little bit more and just gonna go for the flips that he can. He's gonna try to go for this. He has the arty here protecting it. And yeah, just racking on that pressure. Gonna take that out. He does have now enough for a power, but I think he should probably hold it. Unless he goes for a big attack that justifies it, I think you can probably just hold it and rely on a super. We're gonna go for this flip in the middle. An already build over here, so just sending an infantry to take this out, but medium tank is gonna get some free shots. But even the arty and the medium tank are gonna get free shots. Interrupt over there, 7-6 because of the lack of a comm tower. Ugh, that hurts. And he runs out of time actually. But he did get all his moves out, I believe, and he built everything, so that was pretty good. So not ideal plays here that we're going to be seeing from Lionheart, especially in a very positional kind of stally moment right here, and you're low on timers, it can get complicated. I definitely would like to be more in Laska's position, but it would be a bit of a pain to deal with this. This Black Storm can be very dangerous. Perhaps not a good idea to just go for the cap if everything moves back. So I don't know what the plan is there. Oh well. But he is going to get this flip. So that is going to bring the income to 19 and 23. Okay, copter. Wow, he needs copter tank and an infantry to take out an infantry from Bombalt on that HQ. Then plops the tank there. He is going to stop that. He doesn't want to give any more income to Alaska. And just bunching up these arties together, keeping the bomber away from the fighter. I think so, yeah. I think this infantry is enough of a blocker that this fighter can't reach. Damn, the only tile that was safe from the fighter. Triple arty here. Look at this big ball of units. Definitely, he wouldn't be doing this if, you know, Ex Machina. But just moving units really quickly because he's on increment. He is running out of time, and wow, he could have come for one more sack and just get the Black Storm. That would have been probably ideal to really maximize the charge from units. Now, Von Bolt is gonna want to go and attack as much as possible to overcharge here, Hawk. That is exactly what he's gonna do. Go in with everything, take that out, even go for the HQ as well. Ooh, I think this might be it. Perhaps Lionheart should have done one more attack of some sort and just get that super. Perhaps not even having to take out the infantry, and they should just interrupting it and then getting some other hits to get that super. But now this is not looking good. You have all of these units stranded, they're like separated, right? They can't really hit all this stuff that you want to be hitting. The bomber can't even hit the neo tank. If you hit an anti, then you have to hit the other one. You have another one. You have the fighter also. So I'd expect to see a super into resign. Like he can hold on for another turn. I'll take that out. Okay, and bomber does go in to take out the other anti, but you have this other one and the fighter. So next turn is not gonna look pretty, and perhaps even an Ex Machina to really seal the match right there. Not even able to get the comm tower yet. Just having to invest everything he's got over here to the top to defend the HQ, and really exposing all of his units, because that's the only way that he really can get them to assist in this area. Copter and bomber are going to go down. Wow. And HQ cap is going to still go on, and the joint, so he has to drop that guy down to 1 without a tower, without a power either. And even worse, if he gets the super, he gets the extra stats, and that is going to be a tough infantry to deal with. Oh, and I forgot about that. Yeah, I don't think you... Okay, that is GG. Yeah, you're not going to take out that infantry. Lionheart sees it. GG. Dang. Oof. Man. I have not seen a game like this on this map yet. That was pretty crazy. Let's look at some stats before we go on to the next one. It's taking a while. Oof, look at that. The total funds by Laska Liner really picked up. He was always ahead up to just in the mid game. He was always ahead. You can see the income there. Unit count, always having more unit count, more army value, just a little bit more all the time. A bit of an evening here. This must have been when they base traded, but then it was always pretty good for Von Bald. Let's look at damage dealt. I wonder what these negatives are. I think it's because of the global damage. So a good hit there, some good hits from Lionheart, but still falling behind on income. And then at the very end, so pretty even honestly on the fights, I would say. But always just being so far ahead on funds by Laska meant that he had just more army, better positioning. He was able to be the one that put the pressure on the HQ first after the base trade instead of Lionheart, and outpositioned as well this army from supporting, running low on timer as well, so not ideal place either. And then I do think that super from Hawk on the last turn maybe wasn't the play, like maybe on the previous turn, right? Get one more damage and get the super. Also exposing like 3 vehicles or 4 vehicles that he put here to stop the first HQ attempt. Probably not the best play. But anyways, GG's there. On to the next one. Okay. There you go. Let's change some colors. Let's do what should I do? Olaf with wait, what color was Lionheart just now? Can't remember. What color was he? Oh, he was red. Well, you know what? We'll just do Umber Blaze. So we have game 2 here of the set, Laska Liner and Lionheart. On Misery, the only mixed base map that we have here on APC2, and it's a 3-base mixed map. It was on Live Madness 2, Voice of Akasha's TPSI's tournament that happened like a month ago. Very cool map. And everyone has been saying that Sammy is like the pick here in tier 2, but I don't know. I feel like the other tier 2s have their viability. And so we see here Laska Liner in the Purple Lightning with Sammy, with the pick that everyone says is the pick. And then we have Lionheart going with Olaf. And this might be the most common CO picks or matchups besides Sammy Mirrors. Just Sammy and Olaf. I think you can also go for Kindle. You can go for Max or Eagle, but you know, kind of tricky. Eagle in mixed space can be very tricky. But yeah, the very different COs here, Sammy and Olaf. So Sammy is gonna have the possibility of getting those captures because you're gonna need 2 units to stop it. So for example, Laska could go next turn over here. Lionheart would have this one to interrupt, but then he would have to have another one to stop it. He's not gonna have enough funds for a tank. But I feel like that would be kind of a bad decision from Laska to go for this. I think you probably just go here and then you go back to the airport. So I guess he sort of is doing that. He's sending one towards the middle, which you want to do that to get this chain of cities. But he could, if he wants to, double tap this infantry from Sammy. But at the same time, he goes to just go for that. So the options are open here. And remember, Laska won the last match, so Lionheart has to win this one to go to game 3, or else Laska just moves on to the next round. We're gonna get an arty build here from Laska. It looks like perhaps to lock down this city from Lionheart, from Olaf. I don't know, kind of a weird arty build if you ask me, honestly. Perhaps to lock down this city from across the mountains as well. But no tank build, just arty and then mech. So maybe his plan was to make a mech, but a mech here is also kind of weird. I feel like the best mechs are in either this base or this base, because they can move on these mountains and like towards these valleys. Over here, probably the best is just going this way and like attacking this base. And there goes, okay. This infantry actually doesn't go for that capture because this infantry was there in range. But, oh, I guess he wants to send this one here? You're not gonna get that capture though. I feel like Lionheart could have gone for this capture and then bring this guy here. And if Laska attacks, then you just take out the infantry. But there goes that Sammy infantry. Pretty much Sammy's gonna be on the clock here. She needs to get a big advantage with her day-to-day, perhaps a very strong double time. Victory March is more expensive than Winter Fury. It's actually 1 star more expensive. So it's gonna be very hard to get a Victory March before Winter Fury comes along. And remember, there's no comm towers either. There's no comm towers. So certain buffs that COs have are gonna shine more. Like Sammy's infantry and mech, extra 30% firepower is gonna shine a lot. But her lack of vehicle attack, both tanks, copters, is gonna shine. Or what's the opposite of shine? That. It's gonna do that a lot. 90% firepower tanks attacking on pretty much plains, forests, or cities, because there's very little roads or significant roads on this map. So her tanks are very bad, and that's why I understand him just going for mechs and already like straight up ignoring tank builds. But tanks can still be pretty good in these early stages. Also very interesting, this tank would have wanted to go here so it could reach this guy next turn, but the mech is not allowing that. And now we're gonna see Lionheart just make some tanks, more tanks, and a recon over here. Not sure what the recon is for. Perhaps to go through this little valley where you can connect his vehicles and take out this guy and flip that property. The problem with this arty build and the mech build by Laska is he's also very low in infantry, right? These are the only 2 infantry he has in this base area. He's pretty low in infantry overall, 11 against 14. He's kind of relying on these mechs to do stuff. And there goes a tank. So, and more mechs, man, so many mechs from Sammy. He went for the interrupt here, but he's gonna lose that infantry. And Lionheart can still get this capture. Okay, he plops the tank on that city to stop Sammy from getting the capture. But it's not, it doesn't look like Laska is getting the initiative that you really would want to as Sammy here. Kind of mechs going back and forth, not enough infantry to go for the captures that you would want to. But he's gonna go and take out this infantry. And Lionheart, he could still go and hit this guy, honestly. Too bad the mech was moved over here because it could have gone like over here. It was probably sent over here to protect this infantry on the following turn. So he did get this capture, but it would have been nice to have the mech over here to protect the... Well, this infantry really, because this can shoot over here, and then Sammy, sure, she can shoot back, but it's not pretty. Sammy tanks are not that great. And the danger of these arties from this base is that they can lock down this base. This base arty also could lock down this base over here. But especially the weakest base is definitely this one, right? Because arties from this base can go through this valley that the opposing player doesn't really have access to. And you can pull up an arty here, 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 or here. You have so many tiles to put arties on. You can still make mechs and like shoot back and like deter an arty from staying on that tile. So it can get tricky. Gonna get a copter build over here. Using the recon just step on the city and prevent Sammy from trying to flip that. And doesn't go, wow, doesn't go for the hit there. I'm surprised. I think you would really want to do that. Right from the forest. You drop that guy down to 4. And then like Sammy attacks with her tank. And it's like 6, 8, I guess, 6, 7, perhaps. I guess with the chip it's definitely a 6. So a 6, 8 is not that bad. But he opts to make copter tank, double infantry. Okay. And he waits all of his units. This tank has been sitting here now for a second turn just to stop this infantry from capturing. Income wise, we have Laska at 19, Lionheart at 20, okay. Double mech moving to shoo off this tank from this city. That should be enough. I'm gonna start this capture. That is a guaranteed capture because this recon doesn't reach. And this is gonna be building some pressure now from this base by Laska onto this base. They're only missing this side city over at the HQ and this couple of cities here in the middle. And crazy that Laska is gonna try to get this city with this whole arty, this early arty setup was to stop Lionheart from getting it. Now he might get it, and it's literally right on the doorstep from Lionheart's base. Really sending everything, but also, you know, leaving a vacuum here. Everything he sends here is stuff he doesn't send over here, so Lionheart was able to get this city. And Lionheart's gonna do the same thing. He's gonna bring his own arty and point at that base. No mech built by Laska last turn, which would have deterred this arty from moving over here. So is he giving up on the base, perhaps? Now you have a copter also staring at your base and a tank. So this is a problem. You have the three main units you need. You could make a medium tank and save the base, because you still need an anti to deal with a copter. A tank would be taken out easily. So an anti is also taken out. So yeah, I mean, tank or anti are taken out easily. I think the only thing that would save this would be a medium tank. You have more tanks coming in. So we're getting like the double pincer strike. Princess Strike up here by orange and Princess Strike down here by purple. Get the mech build. No double time possibility just yet. And these two Cs are gonna fall under Sammy's control. Tank did move out of range of the mechs. Just moving together. Very Tesla-like. And gonna take out that and start that capture right in front of the base too. You're gonna attack the poor mech there. Just so many. Now you're gonna have 2 RDs, possibly 3 RDs locking down at that base, and at that point there is not even a Neo tank is gonna sustain that attack. You're gonna have to make a mega tank to survive 3 RD shots, and Lionheart does not have the cash, not even for a Neo tank. So big trouble over here. Even a medium tank, I don't know if it can be saved, honestly, because there's so many units and a lack unit from Lionheart. There's these exposed RDs, but you got mechs covering them. So I was very dubious of the opening from Laska, but it's slowly starting to pay off, all these RDs and mechs, that it makes it hard enough for Lionheart to attack anything really without getting destroyed by these mechs. There's what, 6 mechs by Laska? Dang. These 2 mechs also, like, they attacked stuff over here moving away from the space, making just a single infantry. So this base is lost. Sammy is pretty much giving up that base. You can plop a copter right there and that base is super lost. And I think that is truly the wrong move for Sammy. I don't think Sammy wants to allow the map to get unmixed. Because sure, you will most likely get this base, but allowing this, that's pretty crazy. I feel like a medium tank build would have been wise here from Laska, just to keep the map mixed, and then Sammy can shine there. Here goes the desperate medium tank from Lionheart. The RDs aren't yet pointing at that base, but I think he can take out all of these units and then just surround the medium tank. So then next turn, it just gets barreled down by these RDs. Let's see if he does that. And yeah, yep, there you go. So that medium tank is locked in. Triple RD pointing at it. Yep, that is one dead medium tank. Also probably not a good idea to build this medium tank. But yeah, now the map is gonna get unmixed, guys. You don't see this very often on this map. These guys they base traded evenly, sort of, in the last map. Now they're gonna base trade again here evenly. They're just like, yeah, you know what? You can have the space. Yeah, you give me that one. Yeah. I'll take that one. You take mine. It's all good. Oh, man. But, wow. Okay, that caught me by surprise. So this is pretty interesting. These RDs got positioned over here to lock down this space now. So huge problem here for Sammy. But not only that, he also uses the power to I guess prevent a double time perhaps from happening. It also allows this copter to not get struck by this copter next turn, and it overall restricts movement a lot. Okay, so the power, not the Winter Fury. And now boom, 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 down goes a medium tank, a triple RD shot. Recon is going to be used over here to stop this capture. And yeah, that base is going to fall. But you have this to be careful now. Oh, here, have a pipe burner. No, it doesn't work. Okay. Just makes an infantry and that's going to get taken out. You're going to have to rely on those copters, but Lionheart, making his own anti-air. He also has his own copters, so honestly, this whole unmixing is looking so good for Lionheart. As Olaf in this matchup. Don't know about that snow though. Because maybe you would have wanted to have the Winter Fury, but still, this position, how this board is now gonna evolve is gonna be looking so good. Even plops the RD on top of the base. Wow. So Laska Larner has he has one base. He has one base to build on. You can make double copter infantry. Because he's gonna get this one now, but he cannot build any. So yeah, there it goes. It gets flipped. He's gonna attempt to do the same thing over here. Bring the double RD lock on that base, and some copters as well. The Lionheart has a tank over here because he has this tank to attack this RD. So yeah, I don't like this position by Alaska at all. Maybe he has to rely on a victory march. Maybe a victory march will save him. Will it? I mean, he doesn't have any infantry here next to the HQ to really threaten a victory march. He does have, okay, this mech to protect the RD from the tank. But I think you still take the shot. You still go, yeah, and you hit both RDs. And then you just can build, you know, a tank. Just a regular tank. Or honestly, an anti-air probably. Be like anti-air and copter? Yeah. And then you have to base skip, but it's fine. You took out one of the other one's bases, so it's fine. Does the capture, has the RDs here. It's looking so good for Olaf. That victory march is gonna happen, I think, next turn. Let's see if it happens. Make some shots, get some charge. And the victory march is used after this shot over here. There is no cap limit, so there's no way for Sammy to sneak in a cap limit victory. And we're only at day 13, so there's still, you know, day limit is day 50. So let's see, we're gonna get one cap there, another cap there, and okay, another cap here. He stops. Okay, I didn't even see the funds there. Okay, he makes the mega tank. That will definitely hold on that base. Dang. Okay. 2, 4, 6. But I'm not sure. I think Lionheart still can get 2 copter kills here. He can hit this guy, then move the copter off. Probably like block this. And this other already comes in and takes out this other copter. And then this copter takes this copter out. So then just a lack of air superiority. Maybe this mega tank was too much of a buy. A simple medium tank maybe would have done. I guess you really can't make a copter because you have this anti staring at you. So yes, the mega tank looks nice and it will hold, but it's one of those cases I think that it will just chip down at Alaska Liner. Too much of an investment. We'll have to see. This is definitely dealt with, and there goes one copter down. Yeah, there goes that already. Even the airport now on the thread. Down go all the copters. Get this around. Even gets a... Wait, he hit that copter? Oh, okay. Okay. I thought this guy shot, left it at 9 and got no damage. No, but it was this guy shot. It dealt 1 damage. You also have the Winter Fury coming, so that's going to help out taking the medium tank out. If there was a way perhaps for Alaska to take out this RD, one of these copters, maybe the mech with a power, but you have the victory march, right? So there's no charge there. Unmixed base. This map plays very weirdly in unmixed. But yeah, the RD is taken out by the mega tank. And as long as Lionheart can keep these copters locking or pinning down this mega tank, then that thing is not going to do too much. And honestly, he doesn't even have to do too much. Winter Fury is going to even the board, and then he just needs to get some of these cities back to even out the income, which is very nice, 25 to 18, but it's also the victory march and Lionheart being a little bit slower on flipping these properties after the base trade. He is, however, going to get this airport. So that is going to hurt a lot. And there comes the Winter Fury, the first Winter Fury of this match. Do you let the mega tank move off? Okay, takes that out, hits that copter. It looks like he is gonna let the mega tank move off because it's like in the snow. What can it do? it can't even shoot at the arty, right? It's behind mountains, and this airport is capped. So you're gonna start seeing perhaps a bomber next turn to deal with this, and just operation cleanup over here. Dang, look at that. Laska was at like over 100, and now he's down at 50 this turn. Crazy. I don't know, man. I don't see it. I don't see it winning for Sammy right here. I think he's gonna try his best. Could barely do anything in the snow, but yeah, anything built here is gonna get barreled on by the arty. Didn't save up for a bomber, but copters are still gonna do a good job. He's gonna break through, sit there. Now that base cannot be taken out by this mega tank. Anti also does not reach. Man, is Olaf the best pick here? I don't know, but Laska Liner being Sammy just with 2 bases, really, just only being able to build from 2 bases, an airport. Lionheart having 3, and he could soon have a 4th, but it's gonna take a while. You got all these foot soldiers and this injured arty in this valley that are gonna try to put some pressure, but I don't see it happening. I think just with a couple tanks here, you're gonna be fine. And I mean, we do have another victory march coming. Perhaps it'd be pretty funny if this army can victory march, lift this base again. Perhaps gets the airport back. Wait, can he? He's gonna go for the HQ cap with a 9 HP infantry. This is pretty important that it got hit by that like 3 HP tank last turn. This can be a problem for Laska for sure. It's never pretty when Sammy gets HQ capped. And there is that victory march ready to go. And Lionheart is just pouring. He just doesn't give a crap. He's just gonna go in the face of this medium tank. I don't care. I'm just gonna take out all your units. I'm gonna go for your next base. I took out this base. I took out this base. I'm now gonna take out this base as well. And Laska's gonna... He might only have left the base that he flipped. he might not have any of his initial starting bases. Man, this set is just insane. And I think we might go to a game 3. I know Laska's ahead on income, but the position is just so strong for Lionheart. So that would give Lionheart the 1-1 and will take us to a game 3. And there go the double missiles by Laska. What? The double missile, but they don't resign? Okay, this is just get the game there. Why the double missile? Takes out that base, so that base is lost. And yeah, Laska Larner, the only base he has left is the one he flipped. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't use the victory march, but Laska Larner is not resigning. He's just gonna let the game play out, I guess. Okay. Was he perhaps holding on to the super so he could maybe go for that, right? And then that's why... Oh, wait, that was actually kind of smart. Wait, this was actually kind of smart. Maybe that holding on to that super and making the missiles being like, oh yeah, GG, whatever. And then Lionheart could not take out this infantry and could not block it from a victory march getting onto that HQ. But Lionheart knew, he saw it. He was like, wait. I'm not gonna let that happen. He hits that guy. And then he's like, wait, I need to use that power. So now this guy with a victory march would only reach over here. He would not be able to reach that HQ. So the mind games by Laska Larner, but well identified by Lionheart. I'll tell you, Laska Larner goes for weird stuff sometimes. And that could have, to any other player, to any overconfident player, it would have caught them off guard. And Laska Larner would have gotten the HQ victory march cap right there and then... Damn. Now, yes, he's truly dead. After the double missile build, that was a big mind game play right there by Laska Larner. Oh my goodness. What is this game? Yeah, Laska is very much dead. He's hoping that maybe this doesn't get taken out. that Lionheart times out because he's on increment and doesn't take out this mech that can still reach Victory March to HQ, but that is a dead mech. And all the hopes of a Hail Mary Victory March HQ gap are out the window. There's like no point in really analyzing what's going on because it is truly operational cleanup right now. 9 units left, Victory March, 40k, still ahead on income as he gets more properties, but he finally resigns. Whew. Well, there's a KD. Dang. Let's get some stats. The fake out missiles. The bluff. Crazy, crazy. I hadn't noticed that, but well identified by Lionheart there. Dang. Lasca Larner. Gotta be careful. That guy. So let's see. Oh, it has the original colors. Okay. So definitely Lasca was ahead on the income for most of the game. You can see there the disparity in the income. Unit count was pretty even, and then boom, this mess happened. Army values. Let's look at damage dealt. So you got Lionheart here. This was the first and only Winter Fury where you can see the negative, just massive damage. Not only damage, but also negative for Alaska. I don't know why. It's kind of weird that it does negative like that. It shouldn't be like that, really. It should like add maybe here. But you can see 2 big pillars of damage here for Lionheart, really destroying any income advantage from Alaska. But dang, crazy positional game, and that final bluff attempt. Oof. Okay, that means that we're going to a game 3. There you go. But before the game 3, I'm gonna go get some more water, and I'll be back. Let me just prep this. I just had an idea. Well, I just had a thought. Would it have been possible if Laska prepped it a little bit more and maybe not give enough charge for the blizzard and also like delete everything? Right? Could that have been possible? Should we look at that? Where's the game? Okay. Let's see. Let me take off that music. Would it have been possible? He did have quite a bit of charge. There was this whole thing. I'm sure he kept doing this. Ooh. Wait, I think he could have. Because you put this guy here, you take out that guy. Whoa, no way. He could have won. He just had to delete everything. Literally delete every single unit. And he would have won. You literally just go like this. And then just delete every single unit. Delete, 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 delete. Just don't leave anything on the board for Lionheart to get charged from. He needed 6K charge. Actually 6,600. So he can only really sacrifice these infantry onto the mech, but that was it. Oh. Wow, he would have won if he did that. That's crazy. Wow. That would have been so clutch. And then he cannot get the snow. He can hit this guy, but there's nothing from stopping it from getting to HQ. Dang. Wow, the missed opportunity there from Laska. Oh, well. Because once he gave him a bit more charge, or, I mean, also this, just exposing units, but then that allowing the snow. He probably didn't think about the snow, to be fair. Dang. That's crazy. Okay, so I wanted to show you this match. Ooh, okay. Game 3, guys. Game 3 of Lionheart and Laska Larner. The decider match. And it is on Swiss banking, the only truly base light map of the pool. We have Lionheart in here at the top with the amber blaze, and then we have Laska Larner down here with the purple lightning. I think he actually did pick amber blaze. I didn't do that, so cool. It's cool, nice. Keeping consistent with the colors. But Laska Larner skipping this first cap instead going forward to try to rush this one or this one. And Jess versus Adder, I think those are probably the two best picks on this map. So, and they're very different. Very different. Pretty much one is going to have movement on every single unit. With the powers. Pretty good infantry fights. You know, if up against Jess. And Jess is not gonna be able to rely too much on copters. Still gonna want to make some, but mostly rely on tank, anti-air, arty perhaps, and then medium tank, neo tank. It is somewhat high income. I think it was like 19 or 20k, so it's not a surprise to see some tech ups. But yeah, he's gonna rush this property, and we're gonna get our first tank out over here from the strong side of Lionheart. And a defensive tank here from Laska Larner on the one base. I'm not sure if you really have to make this tank, honestly. It's gonna set you back on infantry. I feel like this this strong side tank doesn't accomplish too much. And because you're player 2, you can still, like next turn, once this tank moves, then you make a tank to respond. It'd be more of a defensive tank, and this one's more of an aggressive tank. We'll see. Ooh, I heard prioritizing the comm tower. Perhaps afraid of the adder infantry here, because just infantry without a tower, it's not good. And making a recon here. Okay, so deciding to not go with like just infantry and then making a tank, because he can still have funds for a tank next turn. So he's opting to get a recon. Still kind of Jess favored, right? Getting that vehicle stuff, but recon is kind of the same thing. It's not really like it's advantaged against other vehicles, so. But it's gonna be a nice pest here over on this infantry. And I guess it also forces Laska to build his other tank on the strong side. Not that he would matter too much. That he would, yeah, matter. I don't know. You get what I mean. Gets the comm tower, plops the tank over here. This infantry, a bit of a rushed infantry, and I'm not sure if it's achieving too much. Because also not positioned in a place to go for this city. I guess you have too many infantry from Jess at this point. And you can't really go here also because you're gonna get interrupted. So just fell behind like 1k in funds just to get the city. So I don't know if that pays off. Gonna get a mech. Tank is protecting all the infantry from this recon. And now it's getting very awkward positionally. So what could you do here? Definitely Lionheart is going to want to move out some more infantry to go for these captures. And he's going to have to make a tank. Maybe a copter, honestly. Copter could be. But Laska then probably makes an anti-air here. And then he's going to have 2 tanks and an anti-air. So perhaps a tank is not a bad idea. Also being Jess, right? But he's going to sort of send them towards the center so they're chained up together. And deter Laska from going for an attack. He could still do so. He doesn't have the comm tower though, so maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Also, it's also a Jess tank with a comm tower on a city, so probably not a good idea to attack there. That should be enough of a deterrent. And his infantry, because this tank went all the way over here, can't even be in range of capturing. They are in range to stop but not to capture, while on the other hand Laska is. So a bit more of a tempo lead here by Laska. There goes that tank from Lionheart. Gonna have to wait another turn to position to go for these cities. And there goes the first copter of the match. Laska are not gonna go for these cities, obviously. I don't think you should go for that. But also not going for the mill. So Lionheart falling behind over here, but having the mill, right? He's gonna get this capture. He's also gonna get this capture because no infantry is gonna be in range, and not even the tank is gonna be in range. So although he's behind on these captures, he's gonna be ahead on these middle captures. And he's kind of putting pressure over here on the comm tower as well, forcing this second tank from Laska to go backwards to reinforce this comm tower area. It's not that much though. It's just a recon and a tank. Maybe a bit of an overreaction, honestly, from Laska, from this tank sending it towards the back. And this tank being way out there, getting kind of semi-trapped here. You would have to like move it back into the city, or on the silo. Not having the comm tower here is hurting a lot for Alaska. So it's funny how he forced the opening into a situation that he thought it was going to be good, but it actually isn't. Like he forced Jess to get the comm tower really early. There has been no attacks, but it's kind of paying off for Lionheart having the comm tower, because this is also denied, and with Jess you can be sitting here. You really do not want to be first striking these tanks from a plains with no comm tower. Like you can be leaving it at 7 and then hit back. So not an even trade there, especially when sending the other tank towards back here. So yeah, put it there. But Jess could hit from this tile, but it is a city that will heal up that tank. Ooh, okay, I thought this imagery was gonna go here instead to block off that tile. I don't think it's still a good idea for Lionheart to go for that, but maybe with a tank chain, we'll see. He's gonna go for probably all 3 of these caps and his infantry positioned to interrupt, but it's not enough. I think Lionheart now, after all this time, he's gathered enough infantry and tanks, and a 4th tank even, blocking here as well, even in the face of a tank, just to guarantee that this capture goes through. Like, sure, you can go and interrupt this, but I got plenty of tanks to deal with this. Definitely not a fight that Alaska wants to get into, so I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls back. Gonna block over here with a recon that's kind of front switched to ensure that capture. Oh, this awkward position. There has been no shots fired, guys. Finally, Alaska is going to get that comm tower. And we have an arty build. I believe it's probably due to a funds thing. But yeah, I don't know. Arty is gonna be decent from this side, for sure. From the stronger side, as he's pumping out his 2nd copter as well. And double mech? What? Okay. I guess he's kind of scared of maybe tank, infantry takes this out, tank hits this guy. I don't know. You still have this tank, but double mech, I guess. Oh well. I feel like he just really wants to hold on to the city. So this is gonna fall. They're gonna be at income parity pretty much, because Lionheart is successfully getting all these. Will he interrupt this? Okay, he is. To take that out and start this capture. And now he takes out that infantry and he's putting pressure on that HQ now. That is a 2 HP black belt. That is very easy to take out with tanks. It can be, I think it has to be 2 shots. That should be fairly easy. Tuk tuk. And then this guy is 2 turns away from that HQ. So the alarm bells should be ringing in the Purple Lightning nation, especially with a mech being built here. He's gonna have to front switch this tank like this, and this guy can't really go anywhere really comfortably. Maybe he sends this guy back here and then moves the mech back to protect it. Similar thing over here where Lionheart is kind of pinned down, because once one army takes control of this space, it is staring at this pivot right here for the one base, because he has to go either this side or this side. So now Alaska could do the same thing and mirror and kind of go for the HQ. I think he could get actually he can't get any free damage. I think a pretty good positioning there by Lionheart. In comes the arty. I think he's gonna take it slow and steady, and he's gonna position the copter over here, right out of range. No power just yet. Look at the arty, the mech. We got more copters. Mech not going backwards. Okay, so we have this little interrupt here with a Jess infantry that is just not gonna happen. But it's diverting a little bit of troops here from Alaska, and he has making another mech. And he's gonna front switch towards, like, through the base, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Dang, okay. I guess Lionheart can't really take out the black belt just yet. He has to wait one more turn, because if he does go for tank, then this tank can strike from the HQ. Oh, okay, but he can attack from that side and block off the HQ tile, and now that is really dangerous. Now you have to attack from a shoal onto a Jess tank. You only have one other tank to chain, because you've been making so many mechs, because you really want the mech conga line on both sides. I understand the copter chain, but the conga line of mechs is kind of crazy. And I have 5 tanks coming in from Jess, and 4 infantry coming in as well towards that HQ. You got these 2 lined up, so this one can join gap. This one should also be 1 turn after that. So looking very dangerous here for the Purple Lightning. The Laska Liner Adder army right here. We'll see if he can put the same kind of pressure over here on this HQ, and it might be just a big HQ race that we're seeing right here. Okay, he uses the infantry to attack this guy, so it'll be a little bit worse for the join cap potential. But oof, is there a way to... I think you can take out this infantry and then like this tank. I'm not sure. Maybe this tank just blocks and then you attack here and you just do a wall of tanks and you capture. But Laska Liner is not gonna go towards the HQ as there are antis there. Instead, he's gonna see an opportunity there to attack that tank, take it out, plops the arty right there. He's not gonna block the tile, so an anti cannot take out that copter. So that copter is gonna go down. But is there a way for this arty to be hit? That is a pretty big question, and I think the answer is no. I don't think there's a way to get there. So do you really want to send an anti to retire? You know, oh, I lost a tank, okay, and now I'm make you lose a copter, but then you're gonna lose your anti, and then can you get another kill to compensate? I don't know. Maybe you have to build a Neil tank here on this base with the 23k funds that he has this turn. He's gonna start that HQ gap and he's gonna destroy that tank. And is this just GG? He's gonna block over there and he's gonna destroy. Wow, he's gonna destroy every single unit. I think this is GG. Dang, makes a fighter even, because why not? It just plays around with the infantry there, and I don't think there's a way. Not even sidestep here is gonna help. Yeah, literally not even with a sidestep, he could break through here to stop the HQ cap. He makes a bomber and resigns. Congrats to Lionheart. Definitely, I would say Laska Liner was the favorite here to win, so I would consider this an upset. I believe Laska Liner was like seed 2 and Lionheart was seed number 3. Wow. Congrats to Lionheart for seeing that, for acting that quickly in going for the HQ, and honestly very well punished by him, because Laska Liner was doing too many mechs and like there really wasn't enough tanks from this one base. He really was confident enough that he could put a lot of pressure on this side. But there was 4, 5, freaking 6 tanks coming in from Jess, and 2 tanks are not gonna cut it, not even mechs. So really, perhaps underestimating the pressure of the HQ there. And oh well, Laska Liner is out of APC2. Damn. We have one more match to cover today, and then we can look at the bracket, and then I'm gonna let you guys go. Oh, I think this match played today? Yeah. This one's fresh. This one's fresh out of the oven. Ugh, this will be the last match that we cover today, guys. Oof, if I'm not wrong, this will be the 9th match that we covered today. I'm exhausted. You're not sure why Laska back switched his 1 base tank to 1 base. Yeah, me neither. That was also very strange. He really didn't need it. He already had enough to answer the like 1 tank regen and infantry. But I don't know, sometimes in live you do strange things. You know, I think Laska would actually be higher seeded if it was async, but because it's live, he doesn't play a lot of live, he was seeded a little bit lower. And I think it might have shown there. You know, sometimes in pressure in live, you don't play as well as you would in async. So Lionheart perhaps showing there that he's the better live player in that matchup. I know about it, but this will be the last one. This was crazy. It was played today as I was having breakfast, and after this we can look at the brackets to see what everything is looking for round 2. So look at, they even have the colors. And what's this? This was game 3, right? Yeah. Oh man, I always forget to update the score thingy. But we can do this. For the possible YouTube video later. Oof, I'm so tired. It's already 6 p.m. here. Okay, so last game today that we're going to be covering, and this is the game 3 between Banjoey and Bugaze. I believe Bugaze was like the 2nd seed and Banjoey 3rd seed, so Bugaze would be the favorite here to win. We have the map Misery, mixed base, 3 base mixed. See, how do you say that? 3 base mixed base map. That. And we have yet again, we have Sammy and Olaf. So Banjoey in the orange star, the OG color of Sammy over here. And then Bugaze with the OG color of the blue moon with Olaf over here. These 3 bases. So a lot of in stake in this match. It is game 3. So whoever wins here moves on to round 2 of the qualifiers. Yeah, so spicy stuff. Let's see how this evolves. Same situation that we saw earlier today here with this infantry point here, like, ooh, do I keep it? But Bugaze is like, nah, I'm just gonna go towards the middle. Honestly, it's like, whatever, let Sammy have that. It would honestly be bad if Sammy goes for that because it's slowing down this chain of the airport, which is so crucial. The airport is so crucial to attack this base because Copter does 2, 4, 6. 1 turn is already perhaps attacking, but in 2 turns it is attacking that base. So there you go. I got a tank here. So first tank by Banjoey, by Sammy. It is going to help to deter perhaps this infantry from going for a capture, but he can always just go back there for that chain. And does Banjoey go for this? Nah, probably not. I know I did like a dumb idea like that of going for that city in my match in Light Madness. It was a bad idea. This city is a toxic city. You don't want to go and capture that. That you really should not go and capture that. Like this player wants to go for this, and then this player does not want to go for that because you can't even cover it with a tank. And then you also have these captures right here. So we got a response tank here from Bugaze. This is the weaker base for this player for Blue Moon. But this tank from Sammy, from Banjoey, is going to be going towards this this valley over here. So he can be threatening this capture, but not this one. So Bugaze will not be able to go for the city. He can go and get this, but if he wants to, he can go, but he's going to get shot at. And Banjoey smarter than me, he goes for the city instead of this one. And makes a mag over here. Could he have made a tank? Probably not. So pretty chill so far. No already opening like we saw on last Galarner's game. And wow, he's still gonna go for that city cap. Okay. I guess you do that. You put the tank in front of a city, even though you tank chain it. Okay. Yeah, I still think that as Banjoy, you probably go for this. I think you get more value from stopping this. Ooh, wait, but the problem is this tank is staring at that airport capture. As Sammy though, you still get the airport capture. So, I think that's fine. I think you still go for that and you attack here. But that's probably the plan here from Bogate. And yeah, he's still going to go for that airport capture. And he's going to go into up there. And this is going to allow Banjoy to put a lot of pressure here in the middle in these properties that Bogate's got early. As these guys are going to be coming along. They're going to be finishing their caps. He even gets the 8-5 trade here. Makes a tank. Which will give him the upper hand. Actually, the tank here is going to be better because it reaches this city tile. Well, this base does, but it can also hit from the sides, right? Well, from this tile, it can hit, but this base cannot. So it can be, even if Bogate makes a tank here, this tank can get a hit here and it would not be responded by that tank. There goes that tank. So if this tank does decide to go and hit here, Sammy will get a first strike from a city. So probably not idea for Bogate to do that, but we'll see what he decides to. Oh, wow, actually he joined caps there to ensure the capture of the city, but he's going to be down on infantry, so a bit more of pressure in once this infantry finishes and this guy moves over. And also this infantry, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah, no, this base is really never going through this way. It is very, very much impossible. So instead, he's not going to go for any of that stuff. He's going to send both of his tanks this way. Try to go for this city, perhaps. I'll have to see. But Bogate is going to keep with the infantry fighting, although they're obviously not protected by the tank. Gonna make another tank over here. And yeah, he's not gonna stop that, but next turn he might get that city. So looking good for Banjoy, I would say. Going for the first strike there with the infantry. I guess he could have like pulled it back and make a mech. 2 4 6, because even if this guy would have gone to capture, then this guy can attack it, and then this guy is never really gonna get that capture. Because these tanks can't even really help. So I don't really like this, but oh well. He really could have just pulled back and make a mech. And save up some funds to make something else here. Maybe another tank. Or an arty. Hey, an arty build here. There you go. Arty build activates the base pressure. It is 2 turns to be pointing down at that base. And it is very hard for the blue army to like deal with an arty over here. Yeah, infantry is gonna get taken out by the tank. And I feel like Bogate could send some infantry over here to try to flip some of this stuff, because all of these are gonna get flipped by Banjoy. I feel like Banjoy is gonna be up on income a lot very soon. So getting the shots that he can, brings this tank this way instead of dealing with this, and now gets a copter, probably an arty as well. Okay, no, just a tank and a mech here. Yeah, that city's gonna be lost, and this one also. Yeah, just Sammy probably dominating the middle is something that she should play towards. Surprised not to see an arty here though. I guess it's protecting from this tank, but this is looking to put pressure on this base. Maybe joining these 2 armies over here. There goes 1, there goes 2. He'd have to take out this infantry, yeah, to guarantee that this city goes through. And now he can position another infantry. Okay, he's not gonna do that. He's just gonna take out infantry. Oh, wow, okay. Why that movement? I'm not sure. Oh well. Got the double. Okay, so this tank came back and the other one moving down here. And I got a medium tank build here from Sammy. Okay. I'd say perhaps a bit of an early medium tank, right? You don't really need the medium tank this early. It's still not a bad idea because, okay, now you have it. But also she gets to pump out more infantry. And you can also now make anti-air more comfortably. Okay, there you go. So medium tank is gonna get a nice hit right there, bonk. Airport somewhat under threat here by Olaf. And the copter here, I think it's protecting over here. I guess it's protecting the city as well. So you can get the double hit on one of these Sammy infantries. So let's see, Sammy's gonna get that flip, he's gonna get that flip. Start that, start this. Here comes the base lock because this mech moved this way for some reason. I guess to protect like this guy from this tank. This tank is going to move up towards the one base to defend it. The tank is going to bonk that tank out of existence. And here goes the anti-air. Yeah. I think this is very solid. This is very solid by Evanjoy. This should shut down any pressure from Bogaze. There's also just like 2 infantry left. You're gonna need more than just 1 RD now. And now you got the copter here as well. That's looking really good for Banjoy here. Gonna start the cap. Something still interrupted though. Copter in like a beautiful spot right here in this valley. Like, how do you chase that thing down? Is literally in range of this base and this base, but also like so many other things. You got the double mech, you got a little poke there on that already. And this should be enough for Bogaze to hold on to the base. As Sammy keeps getting these properties, now yes, that income that I was saying what's gonna happen, it really is happening. Just because of these properties right here. Pretty much Sammy has the mirror of these 3. So that is 5k, I guess. Oh, this one. So that one makes 6k. And gonna take out that mech. And some big pressure now on this base. This mech is not gonna be able to really shoot at this guy. Perhaps you can if you take out this guy and then you do like 7 HP and this tank take out that infantry, but I don't think that's the case, especially without a comm tower on a mountain. I don't see it. Should probably make an anti-air here. Okay, makes a copter and a mech. Okay, so the copter is going to defend this, but this copter could still get a shot at that mech or these infantry. So it's still all over the place. Probably the best places for Olaf are not that many. Without a tank here, this anti is going to shut down this pressure. And you got this pressure as well. So it's looking very good for Banjoy, you know, not gonna lie. This already has been shut down. Probably the best thing would be to go over here and try to reclaim these cities perhaps. And it looks like he's gonna try to do that. He's gonna get a hit on that mech. And he's moving these tanks, this already as well, through the valley over here. Also kind of, well, no, the medium tank can barely move. And now makes a tank. Okay. Also goes for the hit over here. And here comes the double time. Okay, so double time. Oh, I know. Oh, wow. Okay, that is nice. I did not see that. So double time is gonna destroy that already. So that is really gonna slow down any possibility of locking down this base or this base. He's gonna get a mech shot there as well. And he is going to, I believe, destroy the... or take over this base. Yeah. There was only an infantry, so that was pretty easy to take out. He can also blast the mech. And he can do a bunch of covering. He's going to interrupt that capture. Also, that one really sniping all the infantry, so making it really hard for Bagaze to get any captures back. So this income discrepancy is going to start to hurt a lot. I know the Fury is going to come, but at a certain point, enough income can withstand the Winter Fury. Gonna put the tank here so as to only allow one tile to attack from. Probably also going to block over here. Okay, never mind. He's gonna attack there. But can you stop that base? I think you can. With Winter Fury, you should be able to, for example, you take out this guy, and then you can take out this guy, and then Copter comes in and attacks this guy. And from 8, it goes down to like 3. Easily 3, right? And that's enough. That's enough to stop the capture. So let's see what Bagaze does. That was honestly a pretty good double time turn by Banjoy. But is it enough? Is it enough against the Winter Fury from the Olaf? The Blue Moon. Let's see. He's gonna probably take out... Okay, he goes for the charge, right? He goes for the tank shots to get the charge for the Winter Fury. And priority right now, as he does have 12 minutes, so he can make the best of that time, the best use of that time to get a good turn here. He's gonna take out that. Does this 9 HP tank really not take out this? Okay, it does. So also this guy could have done that, but I guess he doesn't want to expose the tank to the arty shot, so he'd rather go this way and interrupt it like this. So this is essentially stopping the base for one turn. There's still quite a few infantry over here. And there's still this copter that can get a shot on that. But this anti has like no movement. This copter has no movement. It can't even shoot at this guy. They have 2 copters. So I think Bagaze should be able to stop the base cap entirely. Finishing that off. Also with the snow, he's not going to be able to stop this capture. These infantry are not going to reach. So there's going to be 1 guaranteed cap there. Doesn't stop that even with the Winter Fury. He goes to position this guy over here to go for this next turn as he goes for that. Okay, and he makes a medium tank over here. Gotta respond to this guy. Ooh, dang. Okay, so Banjoy, what do we do? You're gonna get this flip though, so that's very nice. 25 to 17k. That is what, 50% almost? Yeah, pretty much 50% ahead. And start this cap. Brings over this medium tank with barely any movement. Stuff can barely move right now. So yeah, Copter gets a shot there. 6-7 there. Get the arty. Okay. Oh man, Winter Fury really stings. But this anti is kind of locking down that airport. So Olaf cannot build copters here. And he is going to cap and join. Probably join some more. No, he's going to block. Okay. But there should be, if he really wants to, he can easily take it out. He's going to get a flip finally after so long. This might be the very first flip that Bagaze is going to get in the whole match. And he clears that. Now he can build anything he wants. It could be an anti-air, honestly, but I don't think it's worth it. He's going to go, instead of attacking the copter, he's going to stop this capture. But he could have used this one. But he is going to do that so he can use his copter to attack over here. And look at this juicy shot he's going to get. He opens up that tile, medium tank, bonk. But to my surprise, it only is a 6-8. I guess no com tower does this kind of stuff. He's going to clear that, and here comes the anti-air. Expecting pretty much the... Like, this guy's going to die. Anti-air can take out this copter, and then perhaps this copter can also injure this guy. So you kind of need that anti-air. But I don't know. I think a tank would actually be better in this situation. Because this copter is severely injured, and it's a Sami copter too. Pulling it back over here. all these injured infantry from Sami are not gonna get any caps. And just like that, Bogues really leveling it back after all these turns of so much income for Banjoey. Even a great double time to try to get the base, that Winter Fury, and just the right tactics by Bogues stopped that attempt and kind of bringing the army values even. Still, Banjoey has more unit count, more army value, but if that weren't the case, then Sami would be toast, right? So we have a very even game on our hands right now. Medium tank gonna go and heal up. Gonna make an anti-air to respond to this copter. This base is very weak, man. Like both of your airports are down here, so it's hard to get copters over there. It's gonna take you a while. You have to front switch 2-3 turns to get over there. Gonna take that out. Yeah. That's why I think a tank would have been much better here, honestly. Then you can attack this anti-air with impunity. Just do a 2-4-6. Well, you have this guy, but still. Also, the 7 HP copter got a 5-3 on the full HP copter, so not a great trade. This copter can just finish it off, or you'd be used to attack some of this stuff. That unit count, though, there isn't a lot of healthy infantry from Sami. You do have this guy that will be at 10 HP and 2 turns away from that base. So we'll see if Sami can still manage to flip this base, and will Bogues be able to hold. He only has 17k. And even then, I don't think a medium tank would be the correct build. I really think this should have been that tank, and he might be regretting it not being one. He's gonna finish that off. Perhaps a surprise snow blizzard. We've seen it used today a couple times in other games, so maybe he's gonna finish that off, and now we get another tank. But here we go with another flip for Bogues. So slowly, he might be able to get these. He didn't get this one that he wanted. But he's gonna get some infantry attacks here, make another tank, and getting a little poke here with a medium tank onto this tank. But now this medium tank should be able to get a nice shot. And actually, Banjoey uses the double time, so I think he's gonna get a little mech shot there on the medium tank. Though he's kind of good. Also on the mountain, like, oof. But let's see if he can trap this base. You got the RD pointing this at 7 HP, so it's not gonna deal that much damage. There goes, boom, does 3 damage to the medium tank. Dang, that is 1.5 its value right there. And then medium tank is gonna almost destroy that medium tank. Now, yes, it is gone. Bogues is still gonna get this flip, and that charge is going up, so another Winter Fury is around the corner. He is going to stop that cap for at least a turn. Man, that Winter Fury is so close. He's gonna try, even the Anther, that is gonna be one nasty Winter Fury. Yeah, boom. But he does not get to free the space. It's gonna be very easy for Bogues. That is still a pretty good sacrifice there, anticipating the Winter Fury. It might help him hold the city. So I think that was pretty good. Ooh, okay. That one's dead as well. Bogues, though, not only is he gonna use the Winter Fury, he's gonna get 2 flips this turn. So this 25 to 17 is now going to be 19 to 23. So not that bad. If he can take out these 2 tanks, then this anti-air is gonna be free, right? The snow, man. The snow is crazy. This tank doesn't reach to hit that anti-air. And even if it could, like, it's on a forward, it's with the power, it's a Sami tank. Like, how much does it really do? Dang. Is Olaf too strong here? People were saying that Sami was the best pick. Doesn't get the kill there, though. Also surprised that this copter went here, right? What's the copter do? It hits the mech there. That is a bit strange. I feel like I would do like copter attack here, maybe. I guess you're kind of losing a copter because there's a bunch of anti-airs. So, but this is, I think you're gonna lose this base. You got an arty, a copter. I know they're all injured, but I think this might do it. It might be enough. He's at 8. Okay, a sacrifice there. That 8 HP copter. Is it enough? Is it enough? It leaves it at 2. The sacrifice of the 1 HP infantry. And here comes the 8 HP enter and takes it out. The base is lost. Yeah, I think Bagais had to do something else. Maybe just sacrifice the copter just to free this up, move the tank out, and build something else. Pretty much a medium tank would really do it. But damn, that is not good. Losing the base during the winter period without a double tank. Wow. So Banjoy finding the right tactics there, the right sacks to guarantee that. Now he can breathe. It's like, okay, I finally got the base. Even with all these freaking injured units, I got the base. Now I can just focus on defending. I'm gonna have the income lead. I'm gonna be flipping all of these properties. You really don't have to be attacking anymore. You can really like chill back, retreat, go back and heal. Yeah, literally just go back and heal, build some army, and just hold on. Just hold on, wither the winter, wither the, I don't know, just resist. Hold on to your cities that you have, because you're gonna have so many. You're even going to reclaim these once again, and it's just gonna be crazy. Especially this base. He really wants to make sure that this base doesn't go through. But there's not a lot from Bagais, honestly. With only 58,000 in army, and like there's a pretty big difference in army value. So I don't know if Bagais really has any chance here. I don't see a chance in getting this base, because you do have a copter, but there's no arty set up. There's very few infantry also, but it does seem like he's moving everything down south. Maybe he wants to attack this base, right? He makes a medium tank now, but this area is pretty well defended. 2 anti-airs, a medium tank, couple mechs. That is going to be enough to defend the base. And no healthy infantry to go for that city. So there goes that base. So Banjoy has 4 bases and Bagais has 2. This base and this base. And that is it. So Banjoy just has to hold on. Hold on to those bases. He's gonna, well, that tank just disappeared. Oh, there you go. It joined there. So makes another tank. Is it enough though? That's gonna be a dead copter and then another dead tank. Maybe. You do have a looming problem though. These mountains are separating the space from this side, right? So Banjoy cannot build any copters because of this anti-air. He's gonna lose the only copter he has because he sent it in, right? What did he do? He went to try to take out that tank. Maybe better to attack from here? Because you have this guy. But yeah, big problems here, because without this copter, without this airport, these infantry, but this guy is gonna go and capture this, and then you can have your airport, or hell, even your HQ under threat. So Banjoy even run switching this copter over to this left side, so very confident that he can hold on to this side, but this can be a problem. This copter being sent towards the right might have been something to consider. Like, that is going to be a dead copter and you're not going to have any more. You're going to need that extra air unit in this area. Bye-bye copter. Bye-bye tank. Oh, okay, it lives. Infantry. Okay, the tank takes it out and now he blocks. And now you just really don't have units. You don't have unit count or tiles to attack from. Like, you're not going to take out either this one or this one. And yeah, he's going to lose a city. So Sammy's going to lose yet another city. But Sammy is ahead in bases. You got 4 bases against 2 bases. The medium tank, even not going for this stuff, it is just all in down south. Bagais has one thing in mind. He's like, you know what? I lost the base. You have a lot of bases. You have more income. You have more of everything. But there's one thing that I can do. And the fact that Banjoy is not sending that much, now he's sending like, okay, yeah, the anti, now this tank to kind of wrap around and defend the airport, perhaps the HQ, but the HQ is surrounded by mountains, guys. It's not easily interruptible. These are not going to cut it. You're going to need an RD, some infantry, but Banjoy can't build infantry over here. He's getting all these shots over here. He is probably going to flip some more properties. He can build an extra unit now, or 2 more units every turn than Bogaze can. But will it matter? We have a Neo tank here built now by Banjoy to try to hold on from this. I guess expecting like copter, medium tank, or tank attacking the base if he makes a tank or an anti-air. So the Neo tank will hold on. A medium tank would have also held on. But there's a big problem here. This 1 HP infantry is not enough to interrupt a possible HQ cap, right? This guy or this guy could move over here, and I don't think you can hit it. So that's exactly what Buggy does. He finishes that cap, of course. And here goes this guy. How do you stop this guy? This Neo tank should have really been an infantry, perhaps, so then it could go over here. But if it was an infantry, then this anti would have just shot at it. Anti is even going to sit on that airport, because at this point, if not, Banjoy can put this anti here and make a bomber, perhaps, which would survive the anti-air shot, right? Because the anti would still be destroyed by probably the Neo tank, but then the anti doesn't kill the bomber, and it can deal some damage to this infantry capping the airport. But no air units will be built. More fighting over here, but it really doesn't matter too much. There are no foot soldiers from Banjoy over here to really get a victory march. Even then, maybe perhaps there's one hidden somewhere, so Bogaze is just throwing this guy on the HQ. Who knows? You never know when there's a 1 HP infantry hidden in the woods or something. But Banjoy, he's gonna heal up this guy. His only hope right now is healing this guy up to 3 HP. Making sure that it doesn't get taken out by this copter, and it being enough. So yeah, he's gonna cover it, and it being enough to hit this capping guy next turn to deal 1 damage, and then perhaps getting a rocket or something to stop it. Perhaps he makes a bomber like 2, 4, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6, 7. Not enough. The bomber is gonna need 3 turns. 2, 4. Yeah, it's not gonna be enough. I don't think the bomber is the play here. Perhaps, I don't know, victory march, but it's only 3 HP. Like, it's not gonna do that much. He's gonna get a hit there, and now Bogaze, he can go for this. I wonder if he can take that out. But the play here, is Profeta got it, using the snow. The Olaf snow. We've seen this so many times now on this map. How OP is Olaf's power? It is crazy. He can go and capture that HQ, and there is literally nothing that Banjoy can do about it. None of these land units will reach because there are mountains, and this guy, he would need, I think, a victory march. No, not even a victory march, I think, because the forest is also 2 movement. So this would require 6 movement to hit this capping guy. And even then, he's just gonna go in and take it out, just in case, just attack everything. And yeah, that is it. Here comes the victory march, no infantry in range of that HQ. Caps as much as he can. Freaking 30k against 13k. Bogaze is probably thanking that there's no cap limit, or else he would have died right there. But he gets the win with the HQ cap with the snow after being down a base. That was just amazing. We don't even get the victory music apparently if you get an HQ cap. Man, wasn't that a crazy game? Insane. The snow really can be really strong. I remember before no one used to use it ever, but people have been starting to use the snow every now and then. There are opportunities like that where tactics can be really good, and it's a play. I mean, instead of going for winter fuel, which is devastating, maybe the snow is just enough. Dang. Yeah, there's no cap limit. There's not a real reason why. When I was creating the presets for the games on the maps, I looked at the preset that we had for last year for APC1, and there was no day limit. So I was like, I guess we can do no limit as well here. And it's also kind of cool. Yeah, it does definitely nerf Sammy a little bit, but I think that's okay. I think it's okay not to have cap limit. There's day limit of 30. It can be a bit annoying when you have cap limit and then like you are like, oh, boom, 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 you get it just enough properties to squeeze a victory out of thin air. It can be a little bit of an underhype of a match, you know. And HQ cap is differently. A sneaky HQ cap is definitely something to be rewarded with. Cap limit is like, I don't know. So far, there has been no problems with there being no cap limit. It's not usually cap limit is set so that players don't like turtle back and like really hold on to the game forever. But that's not really going to happen here in this tournament. Players are not really going to do that. So yeah, and also the maps don't really allow it. They're very punishing, so you're just gonna die. There's always exposed HQs as well, so just a great match, I think, to finish off the day for you guys. And before I leave, let's look at the brackets. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, there was definitely a couple of ways that Sammy could have stopped that. I think the AHP copter moving away was a deal breaker. That really should have gone towards that right side. And also the other copter that just kind of sacked itself to kill half a tank. Probably not it. So conserving those two copters would have probably been much, much better. And it probably would have been a victory for Sammy. That just tells you like how, even if you're winning like that, just winning really hard, like 4 bases to 2, so much income and everything in Sammy's favor, you really have to make sure that you close out the game and not let things slip like that. But also props to Bagaze for not giving up after the base flip, because he was not gonna get his own base flip, but he saw a way to put some pressure on the HQ. He went for it, he succeeded, and he got the win, and he moves on to the next round. So props to both for giving us a banger set. They all had base flips, right? Yeah, we had base trades, HQ races. That was kind of crazy. Wait, no, actually that was the other set. Never mind. It was the Lionheart and Laska Liner. The Banjoy Bagaze was just a wild Olaf power match. Anyways, for those that don't want spoilers of the results, I guess you might want to leave, because I'm gonna show the bracket of how it is right now. So I'm gonna show you the non-spoiler brackets first. And let me change first the music. Okay, there you go. Okay, I've given you enough time for those that don't want any spoilers. So let me take away this little guy. There you go. So how are we looking like? There's still a couple more hours for people to play their last few games, but let's look at the results so far. Because next stream I'll probably be covering round 2 games. Unless some of the missing games from the round 1 are too good. But anyways, Dejas beat Christian 2-0, advances to the next round. Azrael and Sarmentine 2-1. Azrael moves forward, so we got Dejas and Azrael round 2. The others on the bracket, we got Welty Tuna and Sindek 2-0 to be expected, top seed and bottom seed. So Welty Tuna moves forward. And then we got Noob Plane, which is Floppa and Silicon Squid 2-1. So Noob Plane moved forward. So we got Welty Tuna and Noob Plane. They already played a match apparently. So yeah, 4 strong players right here. Who will move forward? You would probably assume Dejas. No shade to Azrael, but just Dejas is higher rated, so that's like the favorite. And then this one is kind of tough. I think Wealthy Tuna, but Floppa maybe can come up with something weird. You have to see. And bracket B, we have DeadFS moving forward against Lionheart, which we saw set today. So DeadFS Lionheart, that should be a lot of fun. DeadFS is crazy good, and Lionheart might try to throw things off, but I don't know if you can really throw off the king of throwing off. So this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup right here. And then we have on the other side Raider moving on against Hampleman. This should be pretty interesting too. Then we have on bracket C, well, Poland lost, so Thomas Maximum advances, and then we have to see who moves forward from Billeford or Izanagi to face Thomas Maximum. On the other side, we got Chloebox moving forward against Hunch. So both the favorites moved forward. This is the only upset so far on this bracket. I think Hampleman is kind of an upset as well, because Frederick Rance was rated higher. Same with Lionheart. So a couple of upset, honestly. Some bigger than others, of course. We have in bracket D, we got Surth moving forward against Aria. This should be fun. 2 very aggressive players, very fast players too. And then we have Sanjo Superior against Bogaze. Damn, so many good players, man. In bracket D, we have Talos against Trap God. Ooh, best of wishes there, Trap. Talos, the champion of the champion of Chimps and Champs Cup. Damn, Talos is a beast. And then on the other side we have Hudge and Suomi. Not to throw any shade to any of these players, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Talos be the one that qualifies from this bracket. This guy is just a monster. So you gotta do some prepping. You gotta get ready. Bracket F, we have Tordred moving forward against the winner between Tethys and Cannon Fodder. I think they're gonna play the last match very soon. And then we got Plague against Sprite Mare. Both 2-0'd. So Sprite Mare, fast live gamer. Plague, you have no idea what he's gonna do. That should be a very fun set right there. And lastly, we have Darth Noob against Elio. And then we have, I guess spoiler alert here, but Advanced Noob against Mujin. Advanced Noob already won this set 2-0. So Advanced Noob waiting on round 3 there. Dang. But Darth Noob is a beast, man. Darth Noob, I would expect Darth Noob to be the one that qualifies from this bracket. I would be surprised if he doesn't. Yeah, this guy is really freaking good. But Advanced Noob has beaten... Okay, he beat Muji 2-0, who beat 2-0 MWB. So Advanced Noob is looking pretty sharp too. So we'll have to see. He has to beat Elio first and then Advanced Noob. So those are our players right here. It's like half of the players, almost half of the players are gone. We're missing 2 more, but half of the players gone. So we're getting the top 50% of the players that signed up on the next round. So intense, very intense matchups right here. Playing against Darth Noob was terrifying. I know. I played against him, I think just a few times, and He does not let you anything. Like, you know, sometimes you're playing with someone, you're like, oh, maybe I get a little hole here. You know, I can poke over there or whatever. They kind of leave a dude hanging or something. No, the guy does not leave anything hanging. You think you're doing good, and then he just like slowly moves forward menacingly. Crazy. Yeah, exactly. The revenge of the noobs. I mean, we might see, yeah, the round of the noobs here. The dark noob and advanced noob. There's another noob playing over here in bracket A. For sure. Play will build some mechs. Anyways, that's the bracket. If you guys have any questions, you can throw them at me right now before I leave. I hope you had a good time. Today we casted a lot of games. I believe it was 9, if I'm not wrong. My brain is kind of fried. I don't know how I did the 2 live sets in a day last year. I think the semifinals were both 2-1. So 6 games total. So we'll see how I do that. Grid available in quarterfinals? Nah, probably not. Nah, too much riskiness. We'll see if we change some of the tiers. Perhaps a map gets rotated for the quarterfinals, but that will all have to be decided in these coming days. If there's any change, it'll be announced just like after everything is qualified. What do you mean too much riskiness? Well, you don't know if he's gonna break the map. That's the thing. You don't want to have grip be the best CO in a tier, because then you have grip mirrors, and you don't want to have grip mirrors. Trust me. Okay, that's gonna be it. I hope you guys had a good time, and I'll see you again for round 2. I'm expecting to see these last 2 matches to be played out, and who do you think is gonna move forward from Villefort and Zanagi? That's gonna be an interesting one. Whoever moves forward is gonna have to face Thomas Maximus, that is looking very strong. So that's gonna be spicy. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a good one. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.